Hello, welcome to Converging Dialogues. This is Xavier Bonilla. Okay, strap in. I have another long one for you guys. This was a fabulous conversation that took place over 4 hours. And I was so happy it did. I was very, very happy with the conversation. And I've been wanting to share it with everyone as soon as I can. My guest for this episode is Tania Reynolds. Tania has her PhD in social psychology from Florida State University. She was also a postdoc at the Kinsey Institute, and she is currently assistant professor at the University of New Mexico. Most of her research is in evolution and kind of developmental life stages. She also looks at life history theory, social and sexual selection, and women's intrasexual competition and cooperation. And that's what we talk about for many, many hours. We start the conversation by kind of giving a sexual selection overview. We talk about competition, and we talk about preferences for mate choice. The reason I wanted to start out this way, I've talked about sexual selection, and I've obviously talked about natural selection and Darwinianism for many, many episodes on the podcast. But specifically to set it up for much of her research on female competition, I felt this was the appropriate backdrop. So some of it may be, some type of, review or something that listeners may have heard before. But I think the way in which Tania explains it is very good, and it's explained with her own research in mind. We talk about how sexual selection works for cooperation in humans. We talk about the heritability of mate preferences and important use of twin studies. We talk about female mate choice. And we talk about the aspect of monogamy and polygamy and mate choice. And I think this is important because there's a lot of information out there that people can be sometimes, confused about, where they will say, like, is it typically the females that choose or the males that choose? And, it's obviously a very nuanced and complicated type of thing that doesn't have a kind of discrete yes or no. It's more of a continuous type of thing. So it's a very nice bit of the conversation we have there. We talk about the evolutionary and moral features of attraction, and we talk about why there's this emphasis on youthfulness and attractiveness and getting older. So obviously we talk about female standards of beauty in modern society. She offers some really interesting insights there. We talk a little bit about body positivity, kind of authentically, what that kind of looks like. And so, all of this kind of, again, this kind of works on its own in terms of the conversation, but it is also another way of, of sorts setting up, the conversation about her research. So for the first, I would say, hour and a half or so is a lot of this stuff, a lot of laying the groundwork. And then we talk about intrasexual female competition, what that is, what that looks like, and much of her research that's been done on that. We talk about different types of aggression and how that is, both for between groups and within groups. We talk about patrilocal and matrilocal societies and the influence there. And then we spend some time on attractiveness privilege, and then that dovetails into other types of privilege. I was not necessarily expecting to spend as much time on this topic, and as you'll see, this is part of the conversation where it really is a conversation. I mean, it's two people, thinking out loud of like, okay, we know this is a thing, we know this exists, but what's this about? Right? Like, if this is a thing that exists, attractiveness privilege, why aren't we talking about it? And naturally, when people talk about privilege often, naturally we're always saying, okay, well, people have different racial privileges or gender privileges or ability privileges. So why, those are very hard conversations to have, but people attempt to or try to have them. Why aren't we talking about attractiveness privilege, and how might we do that? And is it important to do that? And so we spend, I'd say probably at least a good half hour, maybe 45 minutes of the conversation on that, which I was very, pleased we did talk about it, because I think I've maybe only mentioned it once, and I've talked about it with one other guest before. So it kind of seemed natural in the conversation. So I'm glad we did. We talk about her recent paper on menstruation and anxiety, which was deeply fascinating. And she kind of gets into some of the specifics about that paper, how they went about doing that research, and what it means. And we talk a little bit about some of the, kind of future directions of where that kind of research can be headed. We talk about gender bias. She's done some work on this as well, and we talk a little bit about that. And then we end the conversation talking about free speech. Now, I'm still undecided about this, so I really like this part of the conversation as well. I liked all of it, but we had decided ahead of time to kind of just tackle everything and mostly focus on her research interest. And she does have interest in free speech issues. I do as well, at least nominally so. And I just haven't spoken very publicly about free speech. And maybe it was just, in the fourth hour or something like that. And I was just kind of all like, on adrenaline or something with the conversation. But it's probably about like 10 or 15 minutes of me just going on a tear about, free speech and I think how people abuse it and how it's linked with responsibility. I've thought about, since it kind of sits by itself, it's about 30 minutes at the end, just kind of releasing that as its own episode. I still may do that. I'm still undecided about it. So for now, I'll leave it in here. I think it works, and I really loved her thoughts and her opinions. And again, it's a part of the conversation where it feels like a conversation, and we are just trying to figure it out. I have some opinions about it. She does. We don't disagree wildly, but we have some moments of, kind of difference of emphasis or what have you. So that was a really fun part of the conversation, even after towards the end, so long. So many topics. Tania is obviously brilliant. She's very, very smart. And she's just, quite wonderful to talk to. And I'm so thankful that she was patient with me. She gave me her time, much of her time, so willingly like that. I am only grateful for that. And I think it makes for a very rewarding conversation. And I'm very hopeful that everyone listening will enjoy it as much as I did. And so now I bring you Tania Reynolds. I am here with Tania Reynolds. Tania, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. I'm greatly looking forward to having a very nice, long conversation with you about many, many important things. So thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited.
Yeah, me as well. Okay, so folks, there are some folks that may know you, some folks that may not. For those that don't, just tell listeners who you are, what you research, what you do, what your background's in, all the wonderful particulars.
Sure. I am an assistant professor at the University of New Mexico in their psychology department in the sub area of evolutionary psychology. So a lot of my research emphasizes, or I guess examines, how the obstacles faced by our ancestors might leave traces in the modern brain. So basically, I hold as an assumption that our biases, preferences, fears, phobias aren't arbitrary, that they assisted in the either survival or reproduction of our ancestors. So my research takes that approach. But as a PhD student, I was trained in social psychology under John Maynor and Roy Baumeister at Florida State University. And then I completed a postdoc at the Kinsey Institute at Indiana University. So that was really interesting to be surrounded by sexuality, issues surrounding gender. And it was an interesting workplace because we would be having, serious meetings, and there would just be like photos of nudes in the background. So it was a rare work environment, but I really liked it. And so that was for 2 years, and now I'm here in New Mexico, and I love it.
No, so it's really nice. You really have the full gamut. I mean, it's, social psych, evolutionary psych, sex research. That's quite the range. I remember about the sex research. I remember talking with Courtney Crosby, and she was telling me something very similar. She was saying like, I'm just so desensitized to like talking about this in terms of research that sometimes I'll kind of forget my private life, that I'm just like too desensitized to it, which is quite funny. It sounds very similar.
It's so fun. I teach a class on sexuality, and I love it. And I think it's super important because students often haven't had the best sex ed. And so when I was prepping my course, I would leave my textbook or sex book out on the counter, and my mom and sister would walk out into the kitchen and just be horrified. They'd be like, Tania, what is this? And I'm like, those are labia. I loved freaking them out.
Yes, it's some very nice dinner talk, of course.
Yeah, so right. Needless to say, nothing bothers me.
Yeah, no, I was trained psychoanalytic and Freudian, and so.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so sex really doesn't bother me either. I talk about it, obviously clinically, and I've done some work with it, and it doesn't. I'm kind of desensitized to it as well. So. Okay, so I guess I liked your definition, your explanation of the influences of evolution and how that impacts the modern mind. And so I think to start, I know that much of your work is on sexual competition and cooperation and things like that. And so we'll get into the weeds of all that. And but I guess to kind of lay the groundwork and kind of set the environment, I think it may be helpful to give a brief overview of what we understand about the evolutionary nature of humans. In particular, what's the evolutionary overview of sexual selection, and then we can talk about pair bonding and mates and things like that. So maybe just tell us sexual selection, how you understand it, and then maybe how it applies specifically to the work that you do.
Yeah, so sexual selection, it's a special case of natural selection. And so it acts on organisms' likelihood of reproducing with mates. And so it describes the evolution of adaptations that grant mating advantages. So this can take two forms. So there's intrasexual selection. So this is competition between members of the same sex. So a lot of my research focuses on competition among women for access to mates of the opposite sex. So in this case, it would be men, but it can work vice versa. So competition among men for access to women. And then there's intersexual selection. And so this is describing the preferences of mates for the traits in opposite sexes. So if we think about, a lot of people are more familiar with natural selection, kind of the idea that traits that grant an advantage to survival are going to become more prevalent in the population over time because disadvantageous traits will be weeded out through, say, death. So if our ancestors, for example, had a preference for eating rotted meat, they probably wouldn't survive very long. They'd be exposing their bodies to pathogens. And so individuals with those preferences would be weeded out of the population because they'd more often fall ill and die. Whereas sexual selection is focusing on the traits that grant advantages in a mating domain. So if we had an ancestor, for example, a male ancestor who was really attracted to women over the age of 80, well, that would be great for him. Good for you. But he would be less likely to reproduce. He probably wouldn't reproduce at all if he was operating on those preferences because the women he was preferring as mates weren't actually fertile. So he wouldn't be passing on his genes. So sexual selection focuses on kind of the competition for mates and the preferences that we exhibit and how those might be advantageous insofar as they direct us towards mates that have traits that enhance our own reproductive fitness. So it's kind of fun to think about the fact that, when we choose mates, that's probably one of the most important decisions we could make from an evolutionary perspective. And so through our choice of mates, we're essentially choosing the genes that will be combined with ours and that will be present in our offspring. So by choosing advantageous mates, we are enhancing the likelihood that we pass on our own genes. And so it's kind of emphasizing these processes across the sexes.
So I want to talk to you about phenotypes. I want to talk to you about sexual ornamentation. I want to talk to you about stimulus value, all that good stuff. But before that, I want to ask about how does this look different, or does it look different for the fact that we are social mammals, right? And we have a huge component of cooperation. We also love to, fight with each other too, and we have conflict as well, both intra and inter sexually. So how does it look different, I guess, in terms of us being social? Another way to say this is, obviously there's sexual selection with other multicellular organisms on the planet, but is there some kind of topspin that's put on sexual selection due to the fact that we're can be cooperative social mammals?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there's many layers to our cooperation. So we cooperate with members of the opposite sex in long-term mateships in the context of parenting. And so you can look at cooperation in that context that on average, because men and women are facing similar pressures in the context of forming long-standing committed bonds, they are going to prefer similar traits in mates. So if you need to form a cooperative venture, you might prefer a mate that is kind or intelligent. And so that is going to add a layer of similarity to men and women's mate preferences. But then we can also look at our societal levels of cooperation. So we have social biases that lead us to preferentially attend to individuals who have achieved cultural success. So we have kind of prestige-oriented processes. So we pay more attention to those who have gained cultural success, and we tend to copy those individuals. And so this can lead to kind of differences across groups in the preferences that are exhibited. So if in one group there is a certain trait that is, more associated with success, say, ability in, fishing, then you might see that in that group, fishing ability becomes more consequential in a mating domain compared to a group that focuses on, say, large game hunting. So there are also cultural factors that are going to play a role, and we are sensitized to cues of success. So we are going to model those who have indicators that they've achieved success. So not only are there kind of like these biological forces that you can predict based on, say, sex differences in parental investment, but you can also look at the cultural factors that are going to constrain and shift our mate choices.
And so in that way, you're kind of getting to the next point I was going to ask about this was, there's a whole constellation of things that are going to, I don't say predict, or select certain folks that are going to find certain qualities or aspects of a potential mate attractive or suitable for fitness. And so how much of this, again, in the aggregate, obviously, how much of this has a biological, dare I say, genetic component to it, and how much of this is an emphasis on some environmental pieces, but some of cultural factors as well, specifically with humans throughout time and then as you get to modernity. So how much of these two things are not at war with each other, but how do we understand or tease out or parse out the areas where we can understand some of the distinctions here of which of these major driving forces is pushing for selection for certain mates on a variety of variables?
Yeah, well, mate preferences are going to be heritable. So if we see, for example, modern men today, if they show a preference for youth in their partners, well, we can think about why, on average, we can think about why that might make sense. So it is the case that for women, their fertility declines with age. So as an example I gave before, if there were men who had a mate preference for women who were over 80, they would not have passed on the genes for those preferences. So we inherit genetic propensities for certain preferences because those preferences, so this is like one of the mechanisms of natural selection. So if we think about the three principles, that there's variation, and variation affects the likelihood of survival and reproduction. So variation in mate preferences is going to affect one's likelihood of passing on their genes. So if there are men who have a preference for women over 80, they're not going to pass on their genes as often compared to men who have a mating preference for women in their 20s at peak fertility. And then the third principle is that traits are passed down from parent to offspring. And so it's really interesting because I think we tend to steer away from understanding or, investigating the heritable aspects of traits. I think people have kind of a moral qualms with it because they see it as perhaps like unchangeable, which isn't true. They can still be responsive to the environment. So I really like, for example, the idea of calluses. So I think that's a perfect or a nice example where we have a heritable component that leads to our ability to form calluses, but whether we form calluses is going to depend on the level of friction we've encountered. So we can have genetic propensities to prefer certain things, but those preferences are also going to be influenced by cultural factors. So, for example, say women on average have a preference for culturally successful mates. Well, if they are in a cultural context where, marriages are arranged and there's less say for their mating partners, then women aren't going to be able to express those preferences. Instead, the outcome will be more strongly dictated by the preferences of the parent. And so cultural factors are going to interact with these evolved predispositions.
So yeah, let's park here for a minute. So you use the taboo word nowadays, which is heritable, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So as soon as you start saying heritable, then it's deterministic, it's unchangeable. That's down the road to eugenics. Oh my goodness, and people start freaking out. So why? I mean, and look, to be fair, I mean, there's a storied history here within psychology and within the humanities and social science, where there's a history of eugenics for sure, et cetera. And that's definitely a fact. And I can see some people's trepidation with some of those things, but how do we understand the fact that things are heritable? More specifically, how do we understand that mating preferences are heritable? And how is that not you're not predetermined for these things, right? That you can never change, and this is how it's going to be, and there's nothing you can do about it. I feel like when listeners hear, people hear that, that's how they hear it. Is, well, I have these heritable traits. I can't do anything about it. I'm going to like, women that are, 5'4" and have this body type and this type of, hair or whatever, right? It's certain preferences. Or for women, I'm going to like men that are 6 feet and blonde and blue eye or whatever, right? And that's not necessarily true. So how do we understand how these aspects are heritable, but where there's malleability with that?
Yeah. So one way by which we can investigate the heritability of traits is through behavioral genetic studies. So these types of studies will use, one method is to use samples of twins, and they'll take large samples of identical twins, so also called monozygotic. So if you're an identical twin, you and your co-twin are the result of the same sperm and the same egg. So one sperm, fertilizes one egg, and then they break apart. So you are an identical genetic copy of your co-twin. Mm-hmm. Whereas dizygotic twins or fraternal twins are basically just like normal siblings, except they happen to be in the womb at the same time. And so these are two separate eggs and two separate sperms. So behavioral geneticists will look at large samples of twins, and they'll examine how similar are you to your co-twin. So if you are a fraternal twin, how similar are you to your co-twin who's your fraternal twin? And if you're an identical twin, how similar are you to your co-twin? So they do large samples of these, and they know, because the only difference between fraternal twins and identical twins is the difference of their shared genetics. So identical twins have 100% of their genes in common, and then fraternal twins have 50% of their genes in common by shared descent. And so they can then examine how similar are identical twins to their co-twins compared to fraternal twins to their co-twins. And so through these methods, they can create estimates of the heritability of the trait, which is basically what proportion of the differences across individuals is due to differences in genes. And so through these types of studies, they find that many traits, basically every trait, even traits that we don't think of, have genetic components. And so, for example, I like to go over in my classes how there are traits that we would never think of. So, for example, divorce has a heritable component to it. And so the mechanism might be through personality, but nonetheless, some variance in whether individuals stay married or get divorced has a heritable component to it. Now, just because something has a heritable component to it does not mean that that is inevitable. So these are average estimates. We can only look across many individuals to get an estimate of the heritability of a trait. We can't look at one individual and say, oh, you have this trait because of genes versus environment. It's kind of like if you were to look at one cake, you wouldn't know whether the cake was moist due to the oven temperature or the ingredients. Whereas if you had a lot of cakes and you compared them, their oven temperatures and the number of eggs in the batter, you might be able to better discern to what degree are the differences in moistness attributable to oven temperature or cake. So we can't know just because we know that there are heritable components, we can't say for certain that will lead to, it's a one-to-one correspondence between parent and offspring. And part of that also has to do with the fact that when we get our genes from our parents, we get a random mixture of our mom and our dad's genes. So it's unclear which genes we're going to get. And then even so, there's still mutations that arise, disturbances in development. So there's no guarantee. And then beyond that, then we also have heritable tendencies to attend to, culture. So, for example, there's evidence that when the sex ratio in the environment is shifted such that, say, there's more women in the population, you see on average shifts in mating psychology such that women become more unrestricted in their sexuality. So they're more open to short-term mating. So we are still attentive to cues in our environment as well as markers of, which strategies are successful, and we're going to be inclined to copy those strategies. So even though we have these heritable predispositions, there's no guarantee, there's no one-to-one correspondence that just because a parent manifested some trait, their offspring will as well.
I think that's important because obviously we know that people have heritable traits, pretty much anything, different components of personality. height, eye color, hair color, etc. So obviously behavior and personality and cognitive abilities would be no different, right? There's pretty much heritable traits for all things for humans. It is interesting, though, about how there's interactions with the environment. And again, where I kind of fall on this is that both are there, both exist, some more than for others, some less for others. People get very animated about overemphasizing one or the other, and they're both there and they both exist, and we should talk about both of them. And it's very interesting how people get so exercised about it. But when it comes to so understanding that, how I think what has been true, or what many people have thought to be true for a while, is this idea of females doing the choosing, right? Choosing of mates. That obviously you have aspects, I know this is true in other species, so I don't know how it breaks down for humans, but of this kind of coevolution, right? As females choose, it makes things over time change for males and how they do different things. I think, ornithologists look at this for birds and things like that. So you have this kind of coevolution as well. So how do we understand, how do I want to say this? Not necessarily the roles that the different sexes or genders play, but more so of what is it that's going on in terms of choosing mates and partners, whether it's predominantly females doing the choosing or selecting, or the opposite way, or how males are contributing to showing certain traits or benefits. How does that on average usually work? And then you can even talk about some of the things that get stretched out in different standard deviations of like, well, sometimes this happens and sometimes this happens. So what's kind of the general makeup of mate selection or choosing of mates?
Yeah, so all sexually reproducing species have evolved mate preferences. And what they're doing is they're allowing us to capitalize on the reproductive opportunities offered by the opposite sex. And so these are influenced across species by the degree of parental investment. So when one sex invests more heavily in parenting, you tend to see that they are the choosier sex on average, because basically their parental investment is a limited resource. And so they can afford to be more selective because the members of the opposite sex are trying to get access to their investment, essentially. And so what you tend to see across the animal world is that females tend to invest more in parenting than do males. And so female choice tends to be more common. And so this has been demonstrated across species of birds, insects, fish. Now, what's interesting is that in the species where there's a reversal of these tendencies, where males invest more, so in certain types of seahorses, the males will carry the eggs, you tend to see a reversal as well in the choosiness. So in those species, males will be more choosy. So it's not necessarily about the sex per se, it's about this investment in parenting. And so
sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but so basically just to translate that is, I'm going to be taking care of the offspring way more than you are, or I'm more responsible of this. So I get to choose at the outset what kind of person I want, because I'm going to have to be dealing with half their genetic code anyways. Obviously I'm being colloquial, but it's more of who's putting in more of the time and effort post birth, right? Who's taking care of resources, who's doing more of the day to day. And in many species, that happens to be the female. Again, just as a footnote here, there will be many different ideas and theories about, division of labor for sexes and roles and things like that. We don't know why that is necessarily, right? Or do we? Is it because predominantly females are the ones carrying the child, whether it's for weeks or for months, depending on the species? Is that just kind of because that's the function of or potentially for females, that look, I'm going to be carrying this child for, in humans, 9 months, a good 9 months at least. So I'm doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, and then I'm, taking care and nurturing all these things, or do we understand kind of I know whys are always kind of hard, but like kind of the mechanisms for that? Why couldn't we see one scenario where, okay, I'll carry the child and then the father or the other mate takes all care of them afterwards, or we split it or whatever? Is that just kind of how it is, or what are some ideas, if any, about that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it begins with differences in the sex cells or the gametes, so sperm and egg. So if one is slightly larger than the other, this tends to be considered like the egg, and the other is slightly smaller, the sperm. Over time, they begin to specialize such that eggs tend to be selected for providing more nutrients. They're the more costly metabolic investment. And sperm are cheaper metabolically. And so they tend to become selected for kind of competition. So speed, mobility. And so along with that tends to follow then, like basically the sexes continue to go down those paths. So the female will also invest more on average even before birth. So not only is like their egg heavier to produce, but when there's internal gestation, that is a huge metabolic investment. So like if we think in the case of humans, pregnancy is 9 months, it's a lot of calories, it's affecting the female's mobility. And so yeah, this leads to differences in the investment. And so if one sex is investing much more, then they become a limiting resource. They are spending more, time creating these offspring. And so they are out of, like, if we think about humans, if women are spending 9 months, building one child, they are out of the reproductive market, if you will, for those whole 9 months. So there are going to be fewer women available. And so this can lead to competition among men. So because, sperm is cheap, then basically we're not as limited in access to sperm. So in the average ejaculate, there's 200 million sperm. So we have an overabundance of sperm. We are limited in the number of eggs. So there's only one egg released per cycle. And part of this is because it's so, nutrient dense, and the female body has to prepare every cycle for the possibility of pregnancy. So there's this huge investment. So females become the limited resource. Like their parental investment is limited. It's so costly that there is then competition among members of the opposite sex to gain access to it.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so sorry, I know I cut you off right in the middle of it. We were talking about some of the ideas behind how females choose, right? So all of this is germane to that, right? Obviously, because it's saying, okay, there's a lot of, physical investment, obviously later psychological investment. There's just in terms of how much they're providing in terms of resources. So they get a say then, right? In terms of how they're choosing which mates are best, have the best chance of getting to the next generation, et cetera, for success and vitality and all those things. That's still kind of the case. You don't see it usually where males are choosing necessarily, or let me put it another way, not in the same way or to the same degree that females do, or how do we look at the idea of a mate choice there?
Yeah, so typically when females are the more investing sex, you then see that females are choosy and they look for cues of male physical or genetic health. So these can lead to really exaggerated traits. So of course, the example always used is like the male or the peacock's tail, that this is a really exaggerated trait that is serving as a cue to his health, because only males that are in good health and have strong genes can afford to build this really costly display. Females can also search for cues of a male's ability to search for food. So for example, in like birds, males might be really brightly colored, and that coloring might be dependent on their access to food. So by preferring the males with bright coloring, what the females are actually selecting for is males who are capable of, accessing resources. Now, when males invest in offspring, females can also be attentive to, they might be more inclined to attend to cues of access to resources. And so in humans, this is what one aspect that makes us relatively unique is that males do invest pretty heavily in offspring. Of course, not all do, but many men provide, years of parenting. So a lot of time, resources, shelter. And so when males invest in offspring, their parental investment also becomes a limiting resource. So not every man is capable of investing to the same degree that every other man is. So they might not all have the same access to resources. Not every man is as willing to invest those resources in their mates or their offspring. And so with humans, it's slightly, different because this male investment in offspring is a limited resource. And so because of this, because men's investment is more costly to them, they also become choosier. So as they invest more in children, they become choosier as well. So humans kind of diverge a bit from the pattern that you tend to see on average, where males are also quite choosy, especially in long-term mating contexts where they are going to invest in offspring.
So I have a whole series of follow-ups here. So let me try and organize this a little bit. Okay, so I want to jump to more modern things. Obviously, we're talking kind of still general or abstract, but for many species, including humans, what we know, so this is going to get a little bit more abstract, but there are certain, so no one's thinking about this stuff, maybe not consciously at least, of let me choose the mate that has the best success for my potential offspring. People don't typically, I don't think that's the sexy pickup line. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. But so people aren't really aware of this, right? In many ways, people will say, I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to, right? And so we can come to same-sex unions in a minute. But so before I get to the specific kinds of generalities here, and I know David Buss has talked about this stuff and everything, but what do we know about the fact of so we've been talking about, mates and finding mates, etc. A little bit more here is many humans in the so-called West, in a cosmopolitan modern era, are monogamous. Now, there's a lot of bullshit there, right? There's a lot of baggage there. There's a lot of cultural history and evolution there, right? There's a lot of religious nonsense that's involved there in terms of the culture. There's a lot of stuff of why there's obviously pros and cons to this. But in terms of humans past, right? So if you go back to, Homo erectus or Neanderthals or, different types or early Homo sapiens during the Neolithic period, whatever, it wasn't necessary, and even today, where you have certain other groups or tribes of quasi or hunter-gatherer like kinds of tribes and groups that are still very small on the planet. We see other places where there is a, I guess you could say polyamorous, or they're not monogamous. So is it just that there's a variance here of humans are? It's not discrete, right? It's not they are monogamous or they are not, right? Or but how do we understand, I guess, for long periods, talking thousands of years, how humans did function? Whether was it pretty monogamous or serial monogamous? And then we can talk about how we understand that now, which gets kind of, gets complicated with all the other things we've created, certain systems and stuff. But how do we understand that component of it first? And the reason I'm asking that is because of how how does the evolutionary nature of us looking for mates, well, if we're just trying to find one and stick with one forever, has it always been that way? Or is it just like, however many mates that can, potentially procreate? How do we understand kind of that history of sorts?
Well, so if we think about for women, the limiting constraint for them when it comes to reproduction, so they're providing all this biological investment. What potential mates can provide are, social and material resources. So these are going to, all else equal, if you have greater access to food and shelter and protection, you're going to be better able to care for your offspring or your children and ensure that they survive. And so in contexts where there are wide differences between men and their access to resources, and if there aren't, social prescriptions against polygyny, then you might see polygyny where men have multiple wives. And part of this is about their access to resources. So do they have enough resources to support more than one partner? Mm-hmm. And so there's going to be variation across cultures and those tendencies. And part of that has to do with like concentration of resources, like how many resources and what percentage of men have access to those resources, as well as, of course, like religious institutions are going to shift attitudes towards monogamy. But even outside of like the official socially sanctioned restrictions on number of partners, for men, because they have a lower metabolic investment in reproduction, having multiple sexual partners is less costly for them. So it's possible for them to maximize their reproductive success through multiple sexual partners. Whereas like for women, if you had sex with 100 men, you're still probably going to have around one baby per year maximum. Whereas for men, if you had 100 sexual partners, you could have 100 babies in a year, or depending on if there's twins. And so there's a huge asymmetry there where for men, the benefits of having multiple sexual partners are higher and the costs are lower because they're not investing 9 months of pregnancy and lactation and not risking childbirth. Right. So on average, you're going to find that men's psychology, their mating psychology reflects this, such that men are more open to casual sex. They're more willing to engage in sex sooner before knowing a partner. They are show more positive attitudes towards like prostitution, infidelity. And so they have a more open sexual psychology. And this makes sense because casual sex was less costly and potentially more beneficial compared to for women. So for women, there was so much more at stake. You can only, produce one offspring. So there are fewer benefits to having many sexual partners, and you could become pregnant and, have a huge investment in a child. And so you want to be more careful or more thoughtful about which partner with whom you're reproducing.
Sure. So I know that, again, so let's jump to the modern age, and then we can finally get to female intersexual competition, right? I know that's your area. So understanding this kind of some of the biological and evolutionary components for men and for women, talking about resources, metabolic, spending, all of these things we've been discussing. There are ways in which we try to see a person's sexual ornaments, right? Mm-hmm. In the average. I mean, well, that's true for everybody, but there are some averages here, and people get very, very upset about this, right? They get very worried about this, and I totally understand why. It's a very kind of, when you talk about it that way, it feels cold and impersonal and a little weird, and I can understand that. But you can put, to me, this is how I see things. You have to understand, I think, things in the world, in the natural world, as best that you can scientifically, before you then invoke whatever moral or ethical topspin you want to put on it. You can do that, and I'm not saying that that people can't do that and they shouldn't do that. I'm all for that, whatever your morals and your ethics are. But you first have to kind of understand basic principles first. And it is true that when people, so let's use a fun example. Let's use a fun example. everybody has some attractiveness to other folks. So we'll use hetero relationships for a minute. You know, the average man is going to have not necessarily a type, but there will be things that will find, you know, things that will be physically appealing about a woman than not, right? And vice versa. There will be things that a woman will find about a man physically that are appealing and sexually attractive. That's a fact, right? Those are things that happen. And so obviously we have these maybe some incorrect stereotypes, but I guess this is sort of it's a quasi moral question, but I'm not trying to make it that, at least initially. How do we understand the things that are true about how men and women, or men and men, or women and women, and everything between, everyone in between? How do we say, okay, there's things that I'm going to find sexually attractive about someone else, and it is based on their body, what they look like, how their shape is, their face, the symmetry, the features, and we start about secondary sex characteristics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How do we say that is, and there's something about that's totally not, immoral? And then how do we find where that line is of sorts of where it becomes sexual objectification? That's a very hard ethical kind of question, but how do we have an honest conversation about the realities of that? And then kind of with an eye towards, but there's a space where you can cross over into something that is disrespectful, maybe you could say immoral, and potentially risky, especially for women. How do we kind of understand that sort of landscape?
Yeah. I tend to think of these questions as separate, so what tends to be true on average, and then what ought to be the case. So I try to separate morality from descriptive. Yes. And I think that is important because, of course, there's going to be. So I think it's useful to understand why you see the patterns that you do in the world. And so these can be for, rational reasons, at least from an evolutionary perspective. So say, why are men so focused on average, why do men tend to show preferences for physical attractiveness? And if we take an evolutionary approach, well, if we can't tell someone's fertility level just by looking at them, we can't know for certain. All we can use are proxies of fertility. And so these are going to be traits that are physically observable. We can't immediately discern fertility, but we can discern traits that are associated with it. So we might attend to the presence of wrinkles because that'll roughly indicate age, and age correlates with fertility. There's also an association with waist to hip ratio. So such that women who have on average, you tend to see this preference kind of cross-culturally where men prefer a small waist relative to a wider hip circumference. So the average tends to be preferred of like 0.7, so smaller waist relative to larger hip. And this correlates with fertility levels and rates of ovulation. And so these cues are not arbitrary. We can think about, on average, the male ancestors who preferred those attributes would have been more likely to have successful pregnancies and more likely to have offspring compared to male ancestors who had different preferences. So, like we gave the example of the man who preferred the 80-year-old women. Good for him, but he would be less likely to produce offspring. So I think if you have this kind of detached descriptive approach, you can understand why those patterns might exist, but those do not need to correspond with the morality of them. So, if some man wanted to have sex with 80-year-old women, I'd say good for him, so long as it's not hurting anyone else. who cares? But I think that if we don't understand where these preferences come from, our moral responses might be miscalibrated. So for example, if men are really hurt by the fact that women tend to prefer partners who are physically formidable or have access to resources, they might look around and just say, like, why are women so shallow? And, have outrage, like women should not care about that. And, we can have a moral discussion about whether they should, but at least if you understand why those preferences might be there, that on average they benefited our female ancestors, perhaps that might alleviate some of the outrage, that at least we can understand why people in the current population have these preferences on average, and that they aren't necessarily, consciously always enacting these preferences. We don't always wake up, able to choose to whom we are attractive, but we can. So you could still, we're self-reflective. We could think, on average, I tend to be attracted to tall men, and maybe that has an evolutionary origin to it, but perhaps I want to override that because I value, I know that intelligence and kindness is going to be more valuable to me in my everyday life. And so I'm going to ignore those, those physical features and focus instead on these personality attributes. So I think it's still useful to understand where those preferences are coming from, but we can still have moral beliefs that either run parallel to them, so are congruent with them, or totally opposite and say, I'm going to override these preferences and value something else because we have agency.
Yes, I hear everything you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to say, listen, Tania, you're working with really old data. That 0.7 waist to hip ratio, I've heard it all. We've updated this. That's kind of bullshit, isn't it? This is too objectifying. There are other things, that, maybe that worked for, Neanderthals or people in the caves or whatever, but we've been, part of modernity now for X amount of years. We don't do that anymore. What do you say for people that really get angry at that? Like, the fact of what you're saying, I could talk to a handful of people that would be, they'll just, immediately turn off the conversation. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that because it's, for various reasons, or then, people will do the ad hominem, quasi ad hominem, and they're like, well, who did those studies? There's a bunch of men that did those studies saying all that stuff, I guess, and again, that's before even jumping to the moral part. But what do you say just about those features or those components of what men look for on average, cross-culturally with women and vice versa? Why aren't women looking for, a man's waist to hip ratio, right? Like, why, or look, no one's going around looking at people and trying to say, how are these things symbols of their fertility? That's ridiculous. Like, no one's going around thinking about that. So how could our, unconsciously we're biased towards looking at that even still now in 2022? That's preposterous. We update, we evolve, right? All these things. How do you respond to those people that get very upset by the things that you've stated?
I understand it. It's not like aspects of it aren't always pleasant, but I guess what I would say is, yes, we have capacities to update, but we also have to understand the evolutionary legacies of those. So for example, if we were to poll 1,000 people and ask them, how many of you are afraid of snakes? We would get a substantial portion that are afraid of snakes. Now, we could also ask them, how many of you are afraid of cars? Probably fewer people are afraid of cars, even though in a modern environment, cars kill more people than snakes. And so we could say, well, why do we have this fear of snakes? Well, those were threats to our ancestors. And so even though we live in an environment where we less often encounter poisonous snakes, our fear responses haven't fully updated. There's a mismatch there. And we could say, let's work on, perhaps if we wanted to moralize it, we could say, let's work on cultivating a fear of cars because that is more rational in a modern environment. But I think it would be a bit unfair to penalize people for their fear of snakes. We might say, come on, like that doesn't matter in a modern environment. And they might be able to rationally tell you, like, yes, I never see poisonous snakes, but I can't help it. And so like, I kind of take that approach where I understand why it's problematic, and it can, like, these preferences can lead to problematic behavior where if someone is only evaluating women for their physical attributes, I would find that morally reprehensible, even if I understood the logic behind it. So
but that is what happens, though. I mean, that does happen. I mean, men will many times, every day, they will just look at a woman based on her physical attributes. And I don't give a shit what kind of conversation she can have. If she looks like this, and this, I'm sold. It's just a very superficial way of looking at it. And you're sitting here telling me, well, that's just their evolutionary nature. They can't really do anything about it. They can't update their system. That's where people could maybe walk away with that. I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm just, how do we... there's complications with modernity, and this is one of them in terms of interpersonal kinds of dynamics with people. How do we understand those things, but still, how do we hold those two things in our mind at the same time of like, yes, that's true. It's not necessarily wrong with it per se. It's the moral attribution. Mm-hmm. But people are still resisting that fact, though. Like, no, people like different types of features, facially, physically, in terms of their body. Like, that can't be true anymore. So even just on that, even before you get to the moral question, how do we understand people that try to wrestle with that kind of updating? Yeah.
And there is a ton of variation. So these are like average patterns that we're talking about. But I still think, I think we could say, well, I understand where these preferences might come from, but we could still create a social incentive structure that shifts people away from those. And we do. And we have a lot of biases to care about what is normative in our society. And we respond to incentive structures. So if, for example, men who walk around saying, I'm only going to pay attention to women who look this way, well, we could say, then you're a bad person and don't desire you as a social or mating partner. If they are ostracized for those beliefs, then that's an incentive structure to update to the degree that it's possible. And so I think that even though we can have inclinations due to our evolutionary legacies, we can still provide modern incentive structures to shift those. And we are responsive to incentive structures. So those will be effective reasonably.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the moral parts of the question. So two things I want to ask on this. So I want to ask just about it's particularly men objectifying women. I mean, this happens, it happens daily. And it's not okay. So, you could definitely make an easy argument to say that it's wrong. How do we understand, though, for example, you could have somebody that would say, man or woman, that would say, yes, absolutely wrong. It's wrong to objectify people or just to sexualize people based on their looks and their appearance only, mm-hmm. right? I think mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that would say that. And yet, they will open up their apps on their phone and they will get on whatever dating site you prefer. And that's literally what people are doing. Now, I know that people make profiles and they write certain things on there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how much stock people put into that, but it is a lot of, and I know people will start to message each other and they'll start to talk and try to see, if they connect or whatever. But at first impression is physical. right? Or even just making that initial judgment or attribution, right? Why does this person have a dog in their picture? Or why is this person with 6 other people? Who's the person I'm trying to match with? And that's in terms of modern romance, if you will. That's how people find each other. That's how people date. That's how people. Now, I obviously am not. I don't do this. I've been married for a long time now, so I did all of that years ago, way before dating apps. My wife and I joke about it. It's like, oh God, I couldn't imagine dating now. It sounds terrible. It's always terrible, but again, it sounds terrible now. But but that's how people. It's a primary way in which people are trying to do that. And how is that not some version of making snap judgments about a person based on their physical appearance? Or they'll go on a date, and they'll say, okay, this person kind of matches sort of their what they look like on their picture. Okay, and it's first impressions, and then it's, well, I didn't like what this person said here, or they seemed a little bit weird in this area. Okay, fuck it. I'm just not going to see that person again. And I have like 6 other matches waiting for me anyways. Right. So I'm just using a modern example. We do that often, where we're judging people's physical appearance or how we're attracted to their physical appearance all the time. How do we make sense of this? How do we make sense of like some of the moral questions, but then also some of our vestiges of our evolutionary nature as well? What are your thoughts, I guess, on this piece?
Yeah, I guess I don't see, well, okay. In some ways, I don't really make a special distinction of physical attractiveness compared to other attributes. So, for example, intelligence, highly heritable.
Yes.
People don't want to talk about that. So like, why is it the case that if I were to choose a partner based on their intelligence, I am any more moral than someone who chooses them based on their, height or eye color? Like,
some people would say that. They would say, what? That just on intelligence? No, it shouldn't be that. It should be a whole suite of things. You got to find the perfect person. I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to find all of those things. Yeah.
And, maybe if you moralize, emphasis of physical attractiveness, you ought to also moralize emphasis of any singular trait. But so say they instead say, oh, it should be a constellation. Well, so what if I place 50% emphasis on height and 50% emphasis on intelligence? I've still emphasized genetically, heritable traits. So I think
people will just have certain judgments about you.
Yeah.
Oh, well, she emphasizes those things, but this person emphasizes how they make me laugh and how they're a good time and how motivated they are and driven in their career and whatever. And so they'll have judgments about that person for emphasizing those heritable traits. It just, I think, maybe will depend on a person's, judgment or attribution or whatever.
Yeah. I think that we tend to under-acknowledge the heritability of traits. And I wonder if we did emphasize the heritability, how we would feel about those. So like if personality is like on average tends to be like 50% heritable, is it then more moral to select someone based on their agreeableness? I think it's reasonable to, if you're going to be engaging in a long-term cooperative relationship, but if it has a heritable component, is that any different? So I don't know. I don't moralize it. And I think I would not recommend moralizing it because people don't like when you moralize sexual orientation, right? Which is mate preferences. And we say like, oh, this has a biological component. People are allowed to be attracted to whom they're attracted. And I would say yes, but they also are in these other contexts. And like, so if you're going to moralize one, you kind of have to moralize all of it. And then that just becomes like a risky game. So I would argue we shouldn't really moralize any of it.
Yes. Well, I think that I think it's difficult, right? Because I would agree with you. I don't think we should moralize any of it either. However, I think that the person has to have a kind of understood sense of their own morals before making generalized or universal kind of morals of certain things. And just most people don't do that. They rely on heuristics that are given to them by religious ideology or cultural ideology or, you know, familial ideology or whatever it is. You know, which I think those things have their place, but I think if they're, you know, if you're just kind of, you know, taking that and using it as your own, that's problematic because you run into a lot of those issues. And yeah, I mean, agreeableness is fine, but
I mean, what I would say to someone is like
dark triad. That's where it's at. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. If they want to moralize mate choice, I'd say to them like, well, then why don't you just, you know, mate with the next homeless person that you encounter? Right. Like, why not? Like, right. At the end of the day, we all care about genes, whether we are aware of it or not, because right. If we didn't care about the genes of our offspring, then we should have no mate choice criteria.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. It's okay. So the last piece, just on this kind of point here, is this this idea of youth, especially for women. Mm-hmm. So this becomes really complicated, really messy. Mm-hmm. So obviously, you correct me here if I'm wrong at any point, but typically I think men usually prefer women that are younger. And the evolutionary answer to that would be, well, you know, youth is, you know, you're viable for, you're fertile for having offspring, et cetera, from that lens. Mm-hmm. That gets really, really dicey when you have men that could be any age, you know, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, whatever. And they're with women that are, you know, 18 or, we'll take out the legal components of this. You know, men will be attracted to 16, 17, 15. Mm-hmm. And we have these, this kind of moral disgust about that. I think in a large society, that's a good thing. But at the end of the day, the evolutionary answer is, well, young, fertile, ability to procreate, etc. Yeah. But we have, in a modern age, that's terribly problematic because mm-hmm. of a variety of things. Mm-hmm. Consent, you know, brain and personality development, you know, it's so many different things. And many people, you know, get very queasy about like, yeah, 18 is technically legal, but, you know, chronologically, but what is the kind of psychological maturity of this person or the mental capacity of this person? And they're dating someone that's 58. Yikes. You know, that's you know, we have certain social norms and taboos. And I think rightfully so. But so that's on one end, on kind of the male's side of things, right? Which is, I mean, obviously there's countless stories where there's been some pretty awful things that have happened to young girls. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. On the other end, there is this is kind of at 2 points here, which is for women as they get older, definitely after 30, which isn't old at all. Mm-hmm. But there's this idea of, you know, there's certain ways of taking care of one's skin, taking care of their body, trying to make, you know, this eternal youth kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Obviously plastic surgery, obviously augmentation in certain ways, again, for face and for body, etc., to have this kind of semblance of youth forever, right? I mean, Botox is a wonderful thing for many people. They'll, yeah, absolutely, you know, and again, I'm not making a moral statement on any of that. I'm not, you know, doing any of that. I'm just saying that that's something in our society that is, I don't want to say normative, but that is definitely, it's one main line of thinking, right? Mm-hmm. For many women, there's this push for that. And on the opposite end, there will be very young girls that will be pushed very too quickly, I think, for their developmental age to be overly sexualized, right? In terms of, dressing very adult, looking very adult, very concerned with their appearance, whether that's on social media and or, in real life. And so there's all of these competing kinds of ideas. This will dovetail nicely into kind of female sexual competition. But I guess, how do we understand, again, in the modern age, some of these, how do we navigate some of these ideas, especially for women, about this obsession with youth and trying to be youthful? How do we make sense of that? And I'm not saying that you're, some, soothsayer or something, you're going to give, this kind of guru wisdom or something, but what are your thoughts, I guess, of how we understand that?
Yeah, I struggle with it. I think it's one of those patterns that I'll present in my class, and I tell my students, like, I hate this. It's something. Could you think of anything more outside of your control? Your age, like, it's just, it's outside of our control. And so I think it's really unfair. But I understand why it's valued, and it stresses me out. It's one of those things where I'm like, I can look at it from a descriptive standpoint and be like, oh, this makes sense. But then from a moral or personal standpoint, I'm like, I hate this. So I don't know what. You
don't like getting older? Is that what you're saying? You're saying you don't like getting older. That's what you're saying.
No, and I hate that it freaks me out. So I think it's lovely to be young and female. There's a lot of advantages in the world to that. But it's dreadful thinking about that so much of female mate value is linked to age. And so I think about, as you get older, that there's just, it's stressful that, I don't think a career offsets age among women the way it does among men. And that just feels really unfair and incongruent with modern values.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And so I guess I'm grateful that there are other mate choice criteria. So I'm grateful that people tend to prioritize like intelligence and kindness. But when it comes to age, I don't know. I guess I'm grateful that there are those beauty enhancing techniques for the women for whom that's really important to them. And I don't blame them for valuing that if society values it. However, it's going to create this world that's artificial where we don't see women with gray hair as much anymore. We don't see women with wrinkles. And so maybe that'll problematize it even more for when you're developing those traits. And I think that, social media doesn't help. We're inundated with images of people who our brains, I'm sure, compute as like relevant peers who are so beautiful and youthful, and we get inundated with advertisements. And so I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I guess I hope that, if anything, I know we've talked about society is headed towards the direction of like virtual reality, which I don't know how I feel about that generally, but maybe one positive aspect of that would be we could all have avatars where we're 10 out of 10 supermodels, regardless of our age or, physical size. And so that could be one way by which we circumvent those issues. But yeah, I think it's really tragic. It's one of those things that I kind of dislike. And I think that some of the solutions people might not approve of either. So for me, what I would find useful is like, okay, well, I can't handle the fact that I'm going to get older, but I could study what tended to give women meaning in their older age and try to cultivate those things. But I think even that might be incongruent with modern goals. So if on average women tended to get meaning from their grandchildren, well, if someone doesn't want to have kids, then, I would tell them, like, that's totally okay, but this is a pattern that on average gives women meaning, so it might be worth considering. Or maybe you could, direct some of those impulses to children who aren't yours. So maybe on average, women might find meaning in older age and like being, a volunteer teacher where they're interacting or giving back to younger generations. So things like that would be useful to me personally. I don't think it might not be useful to everyone, but I could think about like, okay, what are ways to direct my goals such that I can find meaning outside of, my appearance?
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, if those weren't the kind of social norms of this emphasis on, physical beauty and youth, maybe you wouldn't care about it. Mm-hmm. If it was like, oh, there's plenty of 45, 50-year-old women, excuse me, that, men were very sexually attracted to, et cetera, then maybe you wouldn't. I mean, is it kind of loaded on that kind of thing of like where our society is in terms of, we prioritize, youth and beauty and all these things. And there's like the 23 to, 30 or whatever it is. I don't know what, whatever the idea of, youth is, but maybe if it was the other way around, or if there was more of a range here, then it wouldn't be. But I guess why is it so? Is it because it's just one? Because like you're saying, these kind of alternatives. Is it just like, oh, well, that's one area where I know I'm not going to get as much. I don't want to say attention because that sounds bad, but I'm not going to get as much notice about, and that's problematic, or like I don't know. Help me understand. Like why is it like? Because I don't have, I mean, I'm a dude, right? I don't have that worry about getting older. I'm just like, whatever. But I know it's a thing. It's a real thing for women. But like, I don't think it should be. Like there's beauty in aging. I mean, I think there's some downsides, of course. Like, but it is particularly arresting, I think, for many women. I mean, why so much on that?
I know. I think part of it is that link between age, beauty, and, mate value. But I do think that you're right that we could do more to emphasize other attributes that are linked to age, like wisdom. And if we kind of emphasized that more, then that maybe would make the appearance aspect of age less problematic. So if we had a lot of exemplars, and I think we're doing a lot better of a job with exemplifying women who have achieved status for their wisdom and their intelligence and their careers. And so as we, demonstrate that, I think that would be helpful. I also think that there probably is more variation in terms of attraction to different body types, including around age, that we probably hide or don't openly acknowledge. So there is if you look at Pornhub, there's attraction to like mature women, MILFs. And so even in the sexual domain, I don't think we fully acknowledge the variance in attraction to different age groups. There's also, there was this book, I think his last name is like Stevens Davidowitz. He had this book that was called Everybody Lies, and he looked at Google searches, and he found that men have more of an attraction to larger female body types, so like heavier women, than is kind of publicly acknowledged. And so those kinds of patterns give me hope too, that there is wider variation than we're acknowledging, and we just need to normalize that and make it okay for people to express those preferences. And so then maybe it wouldn't feel as stressful for women that they need to fit this one particular mold of appearance, at least in terms of attractiveness.
I'm going to be very cautious here. I know what I say next could really get me in hot water, but I will say that there was a recent online snafu about this Sports Illustrated thing, which I am not going to give any amount of oxygen to because I think it's ridiculous. However, I do think it is true. Again, and for listeners, hold your belly button, right? But I do think it's one of those things that's true that I think if you were to, again, on average, I mean, I could be wrong on this, but on average, if you were to ask most heterosexual males, who would they be more physically or sexually attracted to? A very thin supermodel, let's say, that's, probably underweight, if we're honest. Or someone that has is weighs a little bit more and has a larger shape, most men would say the woman that has a larger shape, I think, would come out more so than very, 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 very thin women, which is terrible for health reasons primarily, and many other things. And I get confused by some of the quote unquote standards that for women in society, whether it's Instagram or social media at large, television shows and or films, or yes, models or magazine advertisements or things like that, where it's like, this is, many women are holding themselves to this standard, and it's like, but if you just do like a straw poll and just ask, men, which one would you find more appealing, even just physically, we're just talking physically, most men would probably say the one with the larger shape. And so it's a head scratcher, because it's like, well, then why is that the standard for women to be like 105 pounds? And like, I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on a lot of layers. And I never really understand that.
Yeah, it is super interesting. And even like, for example, the waist to hip ratio at 0.7, they found that men prefer that waist to hip ratio across body sizes. So that's across different weight categories. And so that's not to say like the woman needs to be, rail thin. And so people have tried to examine that from an evolutionary perspective, because it is interesting. And so one argument is that it's kind of, so relative thinness might make sense as a preference because it's correlated with youth, and it signals where one is roughly in their reproductive career. So if you are younger, there's fewer fat deposits. And then after you've had a child, you tend to see more weight gain in the stomach and throughout the body. And so that one reason that relative thinness might have been preferred is because it signals this person has not yet had any kids, so they don't have any extant reproductive investments. But that preference might get there might be kind of runaway pressures in modern environments, because our modern environments are very different from what would have been true ancestrally. So if you think about, if human groups tended to be around, 50 people in a group, then the number of people who were your same age and your same sex would have been very few. And yet in a modern environment, women are surrounded, like if you think about school, we are put in these really strange environments where we are surrounded by people our same age and our same sex. And so the argument is that our computational machinery hasn't been designed to be around that many competitors. So it kind of like puts our competitive system in overdrive. So like in an ancestral environment, you maybe needed to look more attractive than one person, whereas in a university, you have thousands of competitors. And then if we look at like social media or, magazines or celebrities, they might also be falsely signaling to our brains, these are your relevant rivals, when they aren't, they aren't actually in our immediate social group. And so the argument is like those pressures might get kind of amplified. But it is interesting, and it's possible that this is one of those cultural factors where men might have this preference, as is indicated by these like Google searches for larger women, but in a society where we pair thinness with cultural success, people might not openly acknowledge those preferences, and they might be copying their successful peers and seeing who do they pair with, and therefore I must prefer this thin woman that I don't in reality.
Yeah. I guess the last, just really quick last thing, there's maybe it's been, I don't know. I'm not close to this literature, but there has been a shift or some campaign for body positivity. I know there's a whole sub category now of fatness studies. There's just I'm not comparing those two. I'm just saying that there's different ways in which people have tried to look at how do we understand the physical and psychological aspects of people that have different body types, and particularly for women as well. I think that there's some Aspirationally, I think there's some really good things about that. I do think that there is some problems with some of these alternative campaigns or other ways of looking at body or things like that. What are your, I guess, just kind of general thoughts about this body positivity thing, where I think that's maybe a good thing, but, there are some other aspects of health is super important for people, and physical health is important for many things. But yeah, what are, I guess, just kind of any general thoughts you have on any of those movements?
Yeah, so I think body positivity, it's a good thing. And I think it'll help if we're made more aware of the variation in body types. So in general, I think that's good because many aspects of our physical appearance are outside of our control. So no sense in hating ourselves over those features.
Right.
I struggle with the health. The health one is a tough one. Like, I think on average, it's probably better to create a social incentive structure that encourages healthy eating and weight maintenance. However, I also realize that there are a lot of obstacles to people's ability. So, it takes a lot of time to go to the gym. And so it's hard.
Yes.
I'm not sure how I feel about
it does.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about moralizing that. And I'm like, if you're working 2 jobs to pay the rent, I'm not going to judge you if you don't have time to go to the gym or if you're tired.
Sure.
If you're a single mom or single dad, I get it if you can't prioritize that. I think on average, it's probably good if we're nudged in that direction, but I do worry about the costs and how realistic it is and whether it's elitist to value those things. Now for healthy food options, I think that one we could probably do a little bit more. I know people love to shit on Walmart, but I think Walmart is great because I shop there and vegetables are so cheap. And I think that you can have a healthy diet that is affordable. And I think sometimes we write off healthy food as unattainable because it's too expensive. Whereas I think if we focused on affordable ways that people could eat healthy, I think that would be a useful nudge. But that being said, meal prepping does take time as well.
It sucks.
It's
annoying.
Yeah, so I'm torn. I think that it's good to be body positive because there is so much variation out there in what is even attainable, even if you're working out and eating right. There's just still going to be variation.
Yes.
I think it's a useful nudge, but I also want to be realistic to how demanding life is.
I agree. I totally agree. And, I think, many people know that in, kind of the Western world, BMI is a terrible metric for trying to know kind of a baseline. I think it was designed or created for many other countries that were impoverished, and so you needed some kind of baseline. But for many people that are well nourished in many countries, there's too much variation, and so BMI is not always the best yardstick. I totally agree with you. I think body positivity is great. I think that there's too much overemphasizing on people's physique and what they look like or how they should look like, et cetera, et cetera. People are going to be all shapes and sizes, and that's, you are who you are. I agree with you, though. I think that doesn't mean that folks should just be like, well, fuck it, that's how I am, and I'm not going to work, I'm not going to go to the gym, I'm not going to eat well, I'm just going to be and don't shame me, this is who my body is. I mean, I think there's a balance here, right? There's definitely a balance, and I'm not saying that people en masse are saying that or whatever, but it really is only on the individual person. I talked with Dan Lieberman last year, and he wrote a great book called Exercise, which is a cool title, play on words, and he obviously takes a evolutionary lens, and so he, his basic thing was that we it's good for humans in general to conceptually have physical activity daily, and for just most people, they're not doing that, right? They're sitting in an office, or they're sitting down watching TV, or they're sitting down eating. And so going to the gym is a way of getting basically daily physical activity. You don't have to do it that way. But for many people, that is a way. For other people that, let's say they I don't know, they're a roofer, or they're a framer. They do something with, building or things like that, or other, they, stocking boxes somewhere. Well, probably not. They probably have to, it's less likely that they have to go to the gym because they're working out all day, right? I mean, they're using physical activity. And so, or maybe like for other people that live in like major cities and they walk everywhere. I think some people can walk like 4 miles a day. They're walking, on and off the train or the subway or the metro or whatever. That's great, So, but I think his main point was all humans need daily physical activity. You just need that for your cardiovascular system. You need that for many, many things. And we should be getting that. And for many people, there's, that's not possible to do because they're just sitting all day. So then, the gym or other CrossFit or HIIT or whatever it is, is a surrogate for that. And that's kind of his main point. And so it's less about, calories or, what food am I eating or this and that. That's all important too. But it's more of, how much do I weigh or what does my body look like? It's more of, at least at a bare minimum from a health perspective, how do we have some type of physical activity for our bodies? And obviously that has a ripple effect for us mentally, psychologically, emotionally, etc., as well as physically. And so, and I think if you go to any general, doctor, they'll tell you some version of that, you work out at least 3 times a week, at least 20 minutes a day, blah, 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 or something like that. So, and it's because of that. It's because we need physical activity. So, I mean, but yeah, body positivity is I'm mixed on it too. It's a very interesting kind of concept. Okay, so I guess the next kind of natural progression, as I was saying earlier, is much of your research. So let's talk about, I guess we could start with intrasexual competition and specifically female competition. So I will ask you about the positive aspects of this, but some people may ask like, well, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at why women hate each other? Why they're so mean to each other? Why would you want to? That's terrible to study. Oh my goodness. Like, women need to be helping each other, not tearing each other down. So I guess just as a kind of preamble here, why do you study why women don't like each other, or why they compete with each other, or why is that interesting for you?
Yeah, I think it was something that I observed throughout my life, and I wanted to understand it. I found female dynamics difficult to understand and navigate, and I felt like over time I'd learned, the rules and what was going on and why we saw the behaviors that we saw. And I guess I have a bias to see women as very agentic, and so I think that I see them as very conscious and that they know what they're doing and as agents of their own outcomes. And so one aspect of that is how they compete. And I think that if we want to foster women's cooperation, we should probably understand the competitive forces that might be undermining cooperation. So I think we can use it productively. But I also think it's worthwhile just to acknowledge that women aren't, just these passive creatures where, fate falls upon them. They are agents of their own lives. And I'm fascinated by that, the tactics that they use and how they navigate their same-sex peers. I can't, I don't know if I'm great at introspection, but I don't know, I'm just fascinated by it.
So, I mean, I'll give you as much runway here as you want. I'm the dude here in the conversation. So, I don't do the research on this, and B, I'm perfectly happy with you opining on however much you want. I will not here, but I will let you take the lead on this. So I guess give us the landscape here. So how do women compete with each other for mates and or in other categories? Why do they do this? And how bad is it? How vicious is it? What kinds of ways are they doing this? Just kind of give us the broad overview, and then you can navigate into whichever specific areas you feel is relevant here.
Yeah. So if we think about reproduction, that we talked about women are providing a huge metabolic investment when it comes to reproduction. And their own reproductive fitness could be enhanced by a partner who has access to resources and is willing to invest those resources. Now, it's not to say that this is the only way that women could rear offspring, but all else held equal, it's going to be helpful to have a partner who has resources and invest those resources compared to having no partner or a partner without resources or unwilling to invest. And so if these partners are limited, so not every man has the same access to resources and not every man is as generous with his resources, then there were incentives for our female ancestors to compete for those potential mates. And the women who were successful in those domains would have better cared for their children on average, better provided and protected their children on average, and would have been more likely on average to see their children, survive and flourish. So if we think about throughout history, if women didn't have the same access to resources that they do in a modern environment, and if mates were one way by which women gained access to those resources, then gaining access to these mates would have been one critical domain of female competition. And this competition isn't petty if it meant women's own lives and the lives of their children were on the line. So
Sure.
Sometimes people view female competition as like catty or petty. And I think that's a bit unfair, especially if we consider all the obstacles our female ancestors went through and modern women still go through. So even in a modern environment, women struggle to support themselves without that second income. And so this competition is consequential. And so in the context of competing for mates, potential mates' preferences are going to influence the nature of the competition among same-sex peers. So if on average, men tend to show a preference for physical attractiveness, which cross-cultural research supports that they do, then that will become one domain of intrasexual mating competition for women. And so data support this, that women who tend to be viewed as more attractive tend to be paired with mates who have greater access to resources. And so that access to resources has been shown to be associated with child mortality rates. So children are more likely to survive when their fathers have greater access to resources on average. And so you see this domain of competition manifesting in how women view one another. So women report feeling competitive with attractive same-sex peers. They feel jealousy and distress in response to peers who are relatively more attractive. Even in women's friendships, the less physically attractive friend perceives heightened romantic competition in the context of their friendship. So even in these domains that we think like, this isn't all about mating, you still see it playing out in these other contexts. So they've even found some of these patterns in scholarship decisions. So they found that when making hiring and scholarship decisions, women more negatively evaluated physically attractive female applicants. And then when you look at women who use tactics to enhance their appearance, so such as through application of makeup, research finds that women tend to distrust other women who are kind of leveraging and enhancing their physical appearance for material gain. And so this goes to show that in this one area where it's one domain of male mate choice, then manifests among female-female relationships.
So, okay, so let me summarize this for a minute. So what you're saying is that in a variety of contexts, so as you're saying in terms of hiring or and even in terms of friendship, and definitely in romantic kind of context, on average, if there's I'm sure there's various standards of how this is looked at, but let's just say an objectively physically attractive woman that's in the picture, women are going to, the other woman that's in the picture, or women, are going to feel negative affect or attributions towards the more physically attractive woman?
On average. So of course it's not going to be every woman,
Sure.
Yeah, they tend to feel jealousy and distress in response, or kind of might be more motivated to dislike her. My research has found that in response to more physically attractive same-sex peers, women are more likely to spread negative information about those attractive peers and withhold more positive information.
Is it because it's viewed as a threat?
Yeah.
That the attractive woman is a threat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But how does that make sense with? I mean, sure, I could understand that in like, okay, all things being equal, right? Like, let's say there's one dude or two dudes or whatever, and there's a handful of women, and there's this one woman that she's more attractive, and then there's like, oh, this one or two dudes might drift over to seeing this woman and pay more attention to her than me. And so it's a threat in that way. And of course, you can see that with different types of relationships. So I'm just saying, all things being equal, everyone's single, et cetera, et cetera. But obviously, I'm sure you could see this in other aspects, right? That if there's an attractive female and a man is in a committed relationship with a woman, either married or girlfriend or fiance or whatever, women could potentially on average feel that woman is a threat based on based at least on physical attractiveness.
Yeah. And so if we think about, evolution doesn't require that we have conscious awareness of why we feel the way that we do or why we behave the way that we do.
Sure.
And so it might not be consciously decided like, oh, I will dislike her because, men might be more inclined to like her, or if I have a partner, maybe he'd be inclined to leave me for her. It's not necessary for women to hold conscious awareness of why they dislike an attractive peer.
So it's implicit.
Well, at least in my studies, I did find, so it was really an interesting pattern where I found that women reported them being more threatening, but they didn't necessarily report that they disliked them. And so it might be kind of this mixed feelings, and perhaps it just shifts depending on the context, like where maybe if it's just a group of girls hanging out, you're totally okay with it. But when if a group of men approach, maybe then you're less happy that your female friend is as attractive as she is. And this, of course, is not to say that all women feel this way. My studies found that more competitive women were more likely to derogate the reputations of the attractive women. So there's probably going to be some, variation across women in how they feel towards attractive same-sex peers.
How is this, or is it, but how is this unique for women? So are men doing this too? Men, have a friend and, there's, women that are interested, and then, a very handsome stud comes in the room and it's like, oh my gosh, this is a threat. You're going to have some type of aggression or some type of dislike or distrust or distress. Is that also the same for men? I'm not saying that has to be. I'm just asking, if it's not okay, why may that not be the case? And if it is, could you say endogenous to women's interpersonal relationships, what can we say about why that could be?
Yeah, so I think the data support that men, they feel competitive with their same-sex peers as well. And I'm sure attractiveness plays a role, but you tend to see more threat and competitiveness in the domains of cultural success and physical formidability. And so men tend to feel more distressed when their same-sex peers surpass them in, athletic prowess, physical size, or resource holding. So kind of wealth and cultural status. And so I think that men probably do feel a little bit of that distress, but at least on average, the data suggests that men feel more distress in these other domains. And if we think about the patterns of female mate choice, if women on average tend to prefer mates who are culturally successful because they have access to resources, they can invest in offspring, then it would make sense that male intrasexual competitiveness would manifest in the domains that are valued by potential mates.
Okay. So going back to the female intrasexual competitiveness, so is it physical attractiveness primarily, only, or what other features or variables of the intrasexual competition for women?
Yeah, so there's also competitiveness, or a body of evidence to support competitiveness in the domain of sexuality. So I think that this happens for two reasons. One being that on average, when men are looking for long-term partners that they're going to invest in, they tend to show a preference for more sexual restraint in female partners. And this has to do with the risk of cuckoldry. So because men aren't pregnant, they can't know for certain that a child is their genetic offspring. And so until modern paternity tests, but we didn't have those throughout human history. So instead, men were at risk of investing a ton of resources and time in babies that weren't their own. And from an evolutionary perspective, this is a huge loss. You've devoted all these resources and you didn't reproduce and pass on your own genes. So this should have favored preferences among men to reduce this risk. And one of those might be attending to potential partners' sexual chastity. So if a man partnered with a woman who's had a lot of sexual partners, he can be less confident that the baby produced is his own. So this might have favored a preference among men for relative sexual chastity, so sexual restraint. And on average, you tend to see that men prefer this in their long-term romantic partners more than do women. And so men have a preference for sexual chastity when it comes to their long-term partners due to this risk of cuckoldry, which is investing in another man's offspring. And then two, sexually open women posed a threat to other women's ongoing relationships. So when you look at cross-cultural patterns of mate poaching, where someone is taking the mate of somebody else, you find that on average, the women who are most successful at mate poaching other women's mates they tend to be physically attractive and sexually unrestrained and kind of erotophilic, so just more sexually liberated. These are the women who are successful in pulling away the mates of other women for themselves. And so for those two reasons, sexually unrestrained women might have posed a threat to other women. And so if, for example, I wanted to demonstrate that I'm sexually restrained because I wanted to enhance my appeal of a long-term partner, well, one way to do that is to kind of judge or castigate other women who are sexually open, because I'm signaling, I would never do those types of things. She is being more promiscuous than I would ever be. So that's one reason to have hostility and show competition towards sexually unrestrained women. But I might also want to punish sexually unrestrained women if they pose a threat to my ongoing relationship. So if it's the case that these sexually open women tend to be the successful ones at mate poaching, then perhaps by punishing those women, I might discourage them from taking my own mate. And so a wide body of evidence supports that women do tend to show hostility to sexually unrestrained women. So they give them more dirty looks, they say more mean comments, they spread more negative reputation-harming information about sexually open women. And in these qualitative studies where they ask sexually open women about their experiences, they'll say, my relationships with men were relatively comfortable, but my relationships with other women were kind of a train wreck. Like they bullied me. They, had rude comments. I experienced a lot of rejection from them.
It's very fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what's really important here is, where does this come from? Now, the critique for evolutionary psychologists is that they just everything's about sex, which is what people say about Freudians and all that stuff, which is true and not true. It is everything you've been describing. It's not just in an evolutionary framework, right? These ideas that women may have about other women, sexual openness, sexual promiscuity, maybe, how the relatedness with other men and non-sexual and sexual relationships. How much influence is there of cultural evolution, right? And so the big albatross here is religion, right? And I'm saying that from centuries, of time. So obviously that's in the mix for sure, but even just kind of cultural norms and mores and things like that, like how much of that is in the mix? Because that's important, right? Because that's important to say, well, these ideas come from somewhere, right? It doesn't just come from, our heritability. I mean, I think sure it does. I'm not saying it doesn't, but that's not the only thing. This stuff isn't in a vacuum. And it seems particularly instrumental of saying, where are these ideas that, again, on average, that women may have about other women? Where is that originating from? Where is that coming from? Where is that being fostered of sorts?
Yeah, so it is the case that there's a lot of variation both in men's preferences for sexual chastity across cultures and then women's responses. And so there are also evidence that these preferences are changing over time. So there's data to support that over time, men are prioritizing sexual chastity less in their romantic partners. And part of that might be due to the advent of birth control and modern day paternity tests. So, you can now have sex without it leading to a child. And if there is a child, you can have certainty whether that child is yours or not. So that's possible. Another reason might be that parents have less influence on our mating decisions than they did throughout history. Could also be a decline in religiosity. And so these preferences do show a lot of cultural variation. There are some data to support that one factor that might contribute to why we see variation across cultures has to do with women's dependence on men for financial support. So one study found that in contexts where women depend on men more strongly for financial support, people showed stronger disapproval of female promiscuity. And so the argument here would be, well, in a case where women are depending more on men's investment, it's going to be more consequential that men have certainty in their paternity status. So data have supported that men are more likely to invest in children the more confident they are that they're the biological father. And so one way that they might assess this might be through their resemblance to the child. Another might be using their partner's, sexual history as a rough indicator of how likely they are to be the father. But so the argument here is that in cases where women's support ability to provide for their child depends a lot on male investment, then that's a case where you want to kind of bolster men's confidence that they are the genetic fathers. So that way they're inclined to invest and families stay intact. And so that might be one contributing factor as to why we see such variation, is that it might depend on variation across societies and how much men's investment was consequential for, children, the women's ability to provide for their children. So that what you then would expect is that in contexts where women don't rely as heavily on men's investment, you might see a lessening of, sexual standards and sexual restrictions on women.
It's all very complicated, isn't it? It's very, very complicated. Yeah. I want to get to some of the modern stuff, such as you were describing, but before that, So is it true that typically women with other women have more relational aggression as opposed to, let's say, instrumental or hostile aggression that men do? It's not to say that women don't have instrumental aggression and that men can't have relational aggression, obviously, but on average, would this be the case? I should define those terms. Relational aggression, or you can define them. How about you, Guffo? Tell us the difference between instrumental and relational aggression and where the sex differences are on these two.
Yeah, so typically the distinction that you most often see is between like direct and physical aggression. So physical violence or like verbal threats and harassment. So direct, straight to the person, and more indirect aggression, or sometimes it's called relational aggression. So with relational aggression, you tend to see that the goal is more to undermine the victim's social standing. And so tactics will include things like gossip, ostracism or exclusion, dirty looks, or, spreading rumors. And one of the primary features of this relational aggression is that it's harder to kind of pin down culpability. It's harder to detect who did it and that they consciously intended to do it. So say that you are excluding a woman, you could always have the argument like, oh, well, she didn't reach out to me, or I didn't know that I was doing it. There's plausible deniability. Same with, spreading rumors. You could be like, oh, well, I just heard that from someone else, or, I only told her because I was just like worried about how you might be doing. And so that's why I was sharing my concerns with her. And so there's much more plausible deniability. And so the evidence suggests that men tend to more often use physical and direct aggression with one another. And then as to whether women use more relational aggression, the evidence suggests there's either no sex difference or women tend to use it more. And so what's interesting is you find this pattern where it kind of depends on how you measure it. So if you use the reports of others, so like if you ask people like how much, relational aggression have you seen women perpetrate versus men perpetrate, you find that people report that women are more relationally aggressive than men. Whereas if you use self-reports, so how often do you, use these tactics, you don't find as much of a sex difference. And so this suggests that people are better able to recognize other women's relational aggression than women are able to recognize it in themselves. And so you also see this pattern so Laura Tracy, she did these interviews with women about their competitiveness, and she found this pattern in these interviews where women would talk about how they had been victimized by like rumors and gossip and ostracism, but they were less likely to say that they had used those same tactics. So they were less likely to admit that they were the perpetrators of that aggression. And so there's kind of like this disparity here where women aren't acknowledging their perpetration of aggression. And so what I think is going on is that one of the tactics of women's aggression is self-deception, that there are these kind of other ways to accomplish the same goal. So for example, rather than my telling you like, ugh, Becky is such a slut, like, I really hate that girl, I could just say like, oh, I'm really worried about Becky. She's been sleeping around a lot and I just don't want her to get hurt. And I've shared the same information with you about Becky, even though you probably feel quite differently towards me, And so I argue that it would have been advantageous for women to hold more pro-social motivations and maybe not even be consciously aware of why they're sharing the information they are, because then you have plausible deniability. And so you don't need to even hold conscious awareness of why you're doing what you're doing.
In one sense, there's a pretty intricate aspect of abstraction and executive functioning to do that. It's this very it's creative, but it's also, I mean, that's some pretty serious deception. I mean, interpersonally, and it's also I mean, it's terribly hurtful, or it can be hurtful, because it's, I mean, loyalty and honesty and commitment to a type of relationship is super important for us, especially as social cooperative beings. So when someone's not doing that, yikes, that's terrible. That's a terrible thing. But at the end of the day, it seems as if when the chips are down, the priority is, I mean, I got to look out for me. I got to see if we're talking about potential for mates, and this person's got more things going for them, whether it's physical attractiveness or whatever. I got to do something to make sure that I got some ability to be an option here or whatever. But it's interesting how it plays out with women here, because men don't, on average, seem to do that, and maybe not to that extent. It's just very curious. The etiology of this is still very fascinating to me, but it's very curious how that plays out.
Yeah. So with men, you more often see they will derogate one another, but it tends to be more often in the presence of the person that they're derogating, and more overt, direct, calling someone out to their face. Now, I'm going to
take you out and beat the shit out of you. And, if you do that again, and then we'll fix it right then and there. And whoever loses will shake hands and get a beer afterwards or whatever. I mean, I'm kind of being pedestrian about it, but, it's some version of that. Or it's the threat of that, right? Ugh, this person's got status, or, they can lift more than me in the gym or something. Yikes, I'm not going to mess with that. That's not a good thing. Or other people may say, well, why not, or whatever. But with men, it seems it's just different. I'm not making a judgment one way or the other. It's just interesting how there's a difference there and how this is played out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Anne Campbell, she has argued that the reason that women use these more like indirect tactics is because they had a lot on the line in terms of, if you look around the globe, women are the primary caregivers of dependent children. Mm-hmm. So if I were to get into a physical fight, I'm not only risking my own life, I'm risking the life of my child. So the data support that if children don't have their mothers around, there's a huge risk of their own death. So basically you're jeopardizing your own life and your children's lives. And so she argues that that's why women would use these tactics, where it's harder to pin down culpability. You're kind of, the goal of it is that you're competing without other people being able to identify you as the perpetrator. And you're not calling yourself out to who you're talking about, because then they might retaliate and that could escalate to violence. So Anne Campbell's argument is like, there's too much on the line for women.
So what happens then when the certain women don't do it that way? Let's say when they use it kind of in the instrumental way, right? Where they're doing this kind of like, listen, don't try and get my man. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, whatever. And let's say she can or she can't, doesn't matter. What happens when we see women that do an alternative way of showing aggressiveness or competition? What does that look like, or what is the information we have on instances where that happens?
Yeah, so Anne Campbell has found that women do sometimes resort to physical violence, and what she found is that it tended to surround accusations about sexual history. So if another woman calls you a slut, then that might be a case where women will resort to physical violence. So there tends to be this pattern where you see it's about like a defense of your sexual reputation, but there's a huge cost to being perceived as aggressive or malicious, because one of the primary mate preferences of men is kindness. So we talked a lot about physical attractiveness, but both men and women show a strong preference for kindness in their mate. So you're jeopardizing your reputation as a desirable mate if you're advertising that you're not kind. And when you look at women's friendship preferences, they show a very strong preference for kindness. It's like the number one trait that they list. And so other women might ostracize you if they see that you're violent and aggressive. And so not only is there the risk of your own life and your children's lives, but then there's also your social appeal. So it's incredibly risky to use tactics that are clearly announcing that you are, aggressive or unkind.
Yes, it's all. It does seem to come down to these kind of cost and benefits trade-offs of sorts. It's very, very interesting. So I guess going back to, well, I want to come back to physical attractiveness in another angle. But so you said that for female competition is physical attractiveness. You said sexual chastity, right? And then sexual openness. Is that what you said? Are there other things or other variables or domains and where or those are the major or the main ones we see?
So there are other aspects of female relationships where there's kind of, but I think that these are rooted in the cooperative nature of ancestral females' relationships. So unlike men who were more often involved in warfare, our female ancestors didn't tend to be involved in like violent warfare. And so with warfare, there's a different incentive structure such that if you're thinking about who's going to be helpful for you on the battlefield, you're going to look for certain traits. So you might value things like courage or physical strength or loyalty to your group. You might be more worried about are you going to defect and commit treason, or are you very loyal to our group? So if our male ancestors were more involved in warfare, then their relationships were with one another, their same-sex peers, were kind of buttressed by warfare. It was in your interest to maintain a large group and not have a lot of within-group conflict. Mm-hmm. So you needed to preserve harmony in the group so you could be more effective at defeating enemy troops. Now, for our female ancestors, they didn't have the pressures of warfare to kind of ensure that they maintained harmony in their relationships. And they also may have more often been surrounded by unrelated same-sex peers. So some evidence suggests that human groups tended to be patrilocal, meaning that when women got married, they would go reside with their husbands. Now, there's debate about this. So you tend to see in like hunter-gatherers, you see mixed residency patterns, but for the food-producing groups that were more agricultural, more patrilocal patterns. So there is debate about this, but you can make the argument that regardless of whether women are in a patrilocal or matrilocal environment, they needed to uphold their bonds and they didn't have the demands of warfare to kind of strengthen their same-sex bonds. So instead, they might have needed to form, well, Dave Geary has argued they formed more like dyadic, reciprocal altruism bonds. So kind of exchanging benefits in a tit-for-tat manner, or mutualism where goals are aligned. And so in these contexts, it makes sense that bonds would be more dyadic, like one-on-one relationships, because you can easily keep track of the nature of your relationship compared to if there's some huge group of 20 female friends. That'd be hard to keep track of who's been a good friend to me, who's shared with me, who's helped me. And so you do find that on average, women tend to have more dyadic relationships compared to men who on average tend to perform more larger groups. And so I argue that, okay, if we're thinking about like women had to figure out who they could trust and who would be a good cooperative partner, you might pay attention to things like who has similar goals to me, and that's going to be predicted by who has, kind of a similar share of resources or similar level of power. And so women might care about who's kind of on a symmetrical playing field with them. You might also pay attention to who's kind, because they're going to be a generous and forgiving exchange partner. And then you might also pay attention to who is loyal to you personally, because that woman would not abandon you if someone else, comes along, and they might not share your secrets, or they might do a better job caring for your child or defending your reputation against other women trying to kind of besmirch your reputation. So there's a wide body of evidence to support that women kind of dislike when their friends aren't kind. They dislike when their friends aren't loyal. So they are more likely to end a friendship if there's like various transgressions, like if you spread a rumor about me, didn't have my back, canceled plans, failed to stand up for me. And indeed, you find female friendships fall apart more often than do male friendships, which kind of runs counter to a lot of people's stereotypes of women's relationships.
But isn't that because women have, on average, more, they have the initiation, nature, duration, and fostering of their friendships or relationships are usually based on self-disclosure, intimacy, closeness, sharing feelings, etc., with a small group of a cohort of friends, which is characteristically different on average from how men do it, which is where men have multiple quote unquote friends that they have, but usually it's more distant. In many of their relationships are based on interest or hobbies or things of that nature. And so if you follow that, down the course of these things, well, yeah, if you're investing and you're disclosing and you're close and sharing a lot of feelings and thoughts with a friend, and then they betray you, fuck that person. I'm not going to be friends with them anymore. Whereas with men, it might be more of like, we had a falling out, but he doesn't know what's going on in my life, really personally. We just talk about, who won the baseball game today, or, whatever it is, right? Whatever's going on at work, just kind of like in a general way. So, isn't that kind of in the abstract, kind of these general ways in which men and women kind of have their friendships or, and or relationships?
Yeah, you're totally right. So women, when given the option between having more friends or fewer, more intimate friends, they tend to prefer the fewer, more intimate friends. And they do tend to hold higher standards for their friends on average compared to men, but especially for like trust and empathic understanding. And there's a lot more of like sharing personal details. So these are high investment, basically high risk friendships. You're investing a lot, but you're also expecting a lot back. But you could still ask, well, why is that the case? It didn't have to be the case that men and women, formed friendships differently. And so if we think about, well, if men were more often involved in warfare, there's the factor of strength in numbers. You are going to be more successful on average the more men you have on your team. So it would be in your interest to kind of have a high threshold for dissolving a friendship. You don't want to end that friendship and have there be a rift in the group if that means you all get murdered out on the battlefield, right? And so there's a different incentive structure, whereas for women, you're not out on the battlefield and you might care more about who's going to be supportive and who's going to have your back, who's not going to destroy your reputation, who's not going to, who's going to look after your kid when you need her to. And so women hold higher standards for their friends, but especially in the domains of like trust and empathic understanding. And so it does kind of play out that there's going to be more falling out if you have higher standards for your treatment.
You mentioned patrilocality, and I wanted to ask that. So if you've already said as much as you want to say on that, that's fine. But I guess my question was this likelihood and evidence for a long history of patrilocality, and then what would look different if we had more matrilocal types of places.
Yeah, so there's different sources of evidence to support a history of patrilocality. And so, as I mentioned, the food producing groups tend to be more patrilocal compared to hunter-gatherers, but you also see that like genetic analyses support that there is more patrilocality, and they look at kind of variants on the Y chromosome versus in mRNA or mitochondrial DNA to kind of get a comparison of the histories, but that has been critiqued. So it's not perfect evidence. There is anthropological evidence of more societies practicing patrilocality than matrilocality. And then there is some isotope analyses that support patrilocality. So it's tough because there's mixed evidence, but in line with some of my arguments, there are some data to support that when you compare matrilocal to patrilocal societies, you tend to see that among patrilocal societies, women tend to be less competitive and less risk-taking, which would make sense if you needed to recruit female allies who aren't related to you. So you needed to be kind of on your best behavior and advertise your pro-social traits. Whereas in the matrilocal societies, you see higher levels of competitiveness among women and more risk-taking, which might make sense if you have all of your female kin around you. You can afford to be more risk-taking and maybe more competitive because you have your genetic relatives by your side. You don't have to, be on your best behavior. So some evidence is supportive that these legacies kind of play out differently in women's relationships with one another.
I want to ask again, I'm kind of going back to the physical attractiveness piece. How much do you think, I feel like it's not talked about enough. And I think it's just like all these kinds of things. It's really just complicated and messy, and it's I don't want to say controversial, but it can make some people uncomfortable. This idea about attractiveness privilege. So people will go on about talking about certain racial privileges, gender privileges, etc. Which okay, I'm not denying the fact of those things necessarily. I think some people have a little bit more recently talked about what they call it, able-bodied privilege as well. Okay, but we don't talk about attractiveness privilege, even objectively talking about that. And so, how much does that come into play with some of this intrasexual competition with females on the physical attractiveness piece, right? Because it's like, if you're the attractive woman objectively, right, and you're just like, look, I can't help how I look. I can't help that I'm, good looking or whatever, or, that I wear nice clothes and put makeup on nicely or whatever a person's preferences are. But even just like their features, like people can't help that, and they shouldn't try to diminish that necessarily. I mean, you are who you are. Yeah. What are your opine for us about attractiveness privilege?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's underemphasized. Now, in the context of women, it's kind of a double-edged sword because, yes, we have attractiveness biases where people who are attractive get better treatment. And as a woman, especially from men, you get treated really well, but you run the risk of other women kind of treating you poorly. And so I think that it's not always an easy game for highly attractive women. I think their relationships with men are going to be quite easy, but it's going to be challenging with other women who are threatened and jealous. But on the whole, I would definitely agree with you that we are not acknowledging the privilege associated with attractiveness. And I'm not quite sure why that is. It could be the case that maybe it's an awkward conversation where we don't talk about, it is weird to say just say
I'm hot, just so you know, and I know that, and I know you probably know that. So I just want to get it out there and just acknowledge my privilege here. It's a strange thing. How do you have that conversation, right? How do you have that conversation in a way that's not going to get you in an HR office at work? How do you, or whatever even if you're in academia, if you're, because I think there has been some research, right, that shows that more attractive people is more likely than other folks that aren't to get hired at a job, to get, certain types of things in academia, or certain types of privileges or certain types of roles. Obviously for other types of domains, such as, where that is kind of the emphasis, such as if you're doing anything in the film industry, well, of course, or in other places, other domains, some domains, it may not be really, it really just doesn't kind of even raised to the moment of being flagged, but yeah, that's a thing. It's a real thing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, just kind of, I mean, spitball with me here for a minute. Like, how would we have that kind of conversation? Okay, so it's not talked about. So I have no idea, but what's a way you could talk about that in a way that's humble, honest? What would be the point of bringing that up? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's so tough because it's one of those things. It's kind of weird that it's so salient, it's obvious, but yet it's the thing that we can't say. And I think part of that is like, well, no one who's unattractive, I don't know if they would want to admit to themselves and say that out loud, like, hey, I feel I've been discriminated against because I'm not attractive. That feels shitty. But then at the same time, also, if you are attractive, I think that you're held to a higher standard of like humility. You're expected to be humble, especially among women. So I'm not sure. I guess I don't know as much about how humility works in like the male sphere, but at least among women, there is this pattern that like when women brag, other women tend to dislike it. And especially if you're like popular, you get held to this high standard where you're expected to be really, really nice. And I think that this also plays out if you look at women's, like they tend to engage in co-rumination where they'll disclose their vulnerabilities with one another. And there's like, it's this conversation about like kind of what's going wrong in one's life. And men don't tend to do this as much. And so there's this norm in female-female relationships that it's okay to talk about kind of your fallbacks, but it's less okay to talk about everything going well in your life. So I think it would be incredibly risky to be like, hey, I'd like to acknowledge my privilege as a hot person. Like, I think you would just be hated.
Oh God, this fucking narcissist. God, I fucking hate her already. You know, she just started here. God, I don't even fucking anything to deal with her. Oh, so what a terrible, right? There's no way that I can't see that. Okay. And even if you have people that are like, I don't know, have a healthy sense of self and they're self-actualized. Okay, maybe, but like, in a room of like 10 people, 20, 50, 100 people, that's just not going to be the case. But the reason that's important is because it is a variable, right? Most things are a multivariate kind of thing, right? Okay, cool. It's, you know, your status, your socioeconomic status, your, yes, gender, sexuality, race, disability, and then, yeah, attractiveness too. And then like, education level, and like it's in the pot along with all the other things. And sure, over the past, however many years, more people are very, I think they do it inauthentically most of the time. That's just me. Talk about their racial privilege or their gender privilege, and like, okay, I feel like most of the time those are just not sincere. I think it is for some people. I think for some people it's just not. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But like, how again, if it is important about, if you can't change or do anything about your race, if you can't change or do anything about, for some people, your gender, and you can't do or change anything for the most part about your physical attractiveness, I don't know why it wouldn't be. Is it just because, I mean, those are hard conversations too. Like, it is not easy to talk about race with anybody anywhere at the moment. And I mean, double that for gender. So this is, I mean, it's not like those things are easy and we're like, oh, we don't talk about that. So why would this also is a hard one, but people aren't even making attempts to talk about that. And like, I can't make sense of it.
Yeah.
And I'm not dying on this hill, right? I'm not going to make a Substack and write every week about attractiveness privilege or whatever. And it's like my thing. And it's like, I'm not saying that at all. I don't think about this stuff that much, but it is another variable here, which is odd and interesting that it doesn't get discussed as much.
Totally. It's so weird because if you think about like, even like that, we might say like, as a straight person, and it's like, since when is it appropriate in like, a workplace to discuss your sexual behaviors with anyone else? Yes. So it's not like it's not like the criteria is even like public versus private, because arguably that's the most private.
Yes.
But it is so weird. And we also don't talk about like, I mean, we talk about like kind of wealth a little bit, but like not really like income or like class. Like it would be so inappropriate if someone was like, as a hot, wealthy person, I need to acknowledge my privilege. Like everyone would just be like, screw you.
Fuck this person.
Yeah,
I don't want to see this person. Right. And like, well, I don't know. I mean, again, these are fresh thoughts, but like, I guess they're not all equal. They're not all the same. I'm not saying that, but I guess the question is, how much should we then be acknowledging privilege in general, whatever one person may have or may not have in a public setting? I think, especially at work, I think when I get on Twitter and I see things, and when there was a bunch of stuff, going on with Me Too, and even outside of that, I'm honestly like just befuddled at like how much stuff goes on at work. Like I get it. We're not machines. We're not robots. We're humans. We talk, we engage, but and everybody's got a different job and stuff. But it's like, there is still even some very basic parameters of like work professionalism. And I'm like, why was this conversation going on to begin with? Why are people talking about this? Now, if that's something you do for your job, okay, that's really difficult, right? But I think there was a few companies that were like, look, we're just not talking about it. Don't care who you voted for. Don't care your political affiliation. We don't care about your ideas about race. We don't care about your ideas about gender. We don't want to hear any of it. We just want people to go to work. Please don't write this on Slack messages. Please don't write this in Teams. Please don't write any of this stuff. You want to do that at happy hour at 6 o'clock, go nuts. But like, and again, it's not because anyone's trying to censor anybody. It's none of that stuff. I think it's just more of like, in certain contexts, like, not all conversations should be had in all contexts. Like and I think in work, it's like primarily there to do whatever your task is, and et cetera. I don't think you should actively avoid hard conversations, but it shouldn't be so like loose and so like in everyone's vernacular of sorts. And like, so again, I guess the question then becomes like, well, if we're talking about racial privilege, and that's important, I think. If we're talking about gender privilege, that's important. Well, why wouldn't we talk about attractiveness privilege or class privilege or et cetera? And I guess it just, I don't know. I guess people are making a hierarchy. Well, race and gender is more important in terms of recognizing people's privileges and how they interact with people that don't have those things. So then the question would be, well, why are those two variables more important than all these other variables? Again, I'm just asking questions. Like, I don't know, right? I don't have an answer. I don't know. Yeah. Where am I wrong here? Where am I wrong?
It's so strange. And I do agree with you, though, that there's like this modern trend to disclose so much about ourselves, which I'm not sure is needed. Like there used to be norms that you wouldn't talk about who you voted for, even with your friends. Like that wasn't polite dinner conversation. Mm-hmm. Or that like, it's odd now that we are expected almost to disclose so much about ourselves. Like in the context of academia, you have to write these, when you're applying for jobs, you have to write these like diversity statements where it's in your interest to share all the ways in which you would add diversity to the organization. So all of your like minority status, but it feels incredibly invasive because I just think like, since when is it my employer's, right to know my racial background, my gender identity, my sexual behaviors? Like it just feels like invasive. Like it shouldn't be relevant. It should just, am I competent at this role? If anything, like we should be focused on like not making our decisions more biased by these other categories. And it's so bizarre.
It is bizarre where it becomes a type of performative thing, or it becomes a type of identity thing. Look, I mean, I think with like those types of things where like in academia you have to make these statements and stuff, I think it's fine to ask someone like, listen, this is a value we have. We have people from all over the world. We want to make sure you know how to interact with people that look, sound, are different based on culture, based on race, based on gender. Right. Okay. I can get down with that. But I think asking, well, what is yours? Like, what is your, it's like, I could be, whatever the stereo, I could be the white dude, whatever that was born here, whatever. And like, okay, sure. Maybe there's obviously going to be blind spots for everybody, but okay, fine. Just because, you say that you're, whatever your identifiers are, doesn't mean like you're more have this ability to, or accessibility to understand or know where people are. The fact that I'm Latin doesn't make me automatically, able to know what someone that's Latin or Hispanic, what they're going through just based off of that. It doesn't automatically get there. And so why would you need to? I don't understand. I guess I'm fine with understanding someone's commitment to it or things like that, or being respectful. I'm fine with that, I guess. I guess it's more of like where it's on you. Now, if it is specifically relevant for a particular thing you're doing or a particular research or classes you're teaching, okay, fine. I could maybe see that. But just as a flat out, like, it doesn't seem as pinpoint or specific as it should be. It just seems very much like an umbrella thing. And like, I don't know. I know people that get really exercised about this and they like make it their whole life and they campaign against it. And I'm like, okay, I kind of get it, but like at the same time, like, you fucking fill it out or you don't. Like, there's more important things in life in some ways, but like, it is weird. It is weird to like ask, give me all of your like, give me your demographics face sheet verbally right before I meet. Like, it's a weird thing for me personally. If other people want to do it, I don't care. Like, go nuts. Like, you can say I'm a this, that, and I have this privilege. Like, it doesn't really bother me. I just think that it's where we're trying to make that normative of sorts is, I don't know the functionality of it.
Yeah, I get so torn about it. So like in the context, I do recognize the value in maybe inspiring others. So if you're hiring someone for like a position of like influence, maybe it is aspirational to see someone like you filling that role. So like,
sure.
For me, I remember, in college being really inspired by this female professor that she just seemed like high status. And I like, it was inspirational. I was like, cool, I want to be like her. So I can recognize that. But then I don't think that we also acknowledge kind of the downsides of emphasizing these characteristics so strongly and what that feels like for the people who are hired. So like,
yeah, certainly.
I'm like you, I'm Hispanic. And so of course I mark that on the forms because why wouldn't you? It would be, they want to know that. And so you mark it, but then when you get the job, you can't help but wonder, like, is this the reason I got the job? Especially when you hear all your colleagues talking about like how much they value racial diversity and how they'd like to look for more ethnic minorities at the next hire. And it's just like, this feels icky. And I don't know that people are like fully acknowledging what that feels like on the other end.
You don't like being a token? Look, and I get it. I really do get it. I think for a long time, people weren't conscious or consciously aware of, hey, if you want to call it privilege, that's fine. Like, we're just always hiring white people, and we're not even really looking at other people, whether they're people of color or different, minorities or whatever. And I think it's fair that people should say, hey, we should give everyone a fair shot. We should look at everybody and let's look at their competence. Let's see how they are. And, and if we got 10 white dudes that are here, maybe we can hire someone that's not a non-white dude. Like, that's fine to me. Like, I get that. I really get that. And I think we should do that. I think where it becomes overemphasized, and yeah, I've been in those places too, where people are like, we need a diversity hire. It's like, oh my God. It's like, that's like, like cringing inside. It's just like, I don't think most people mean anything bad by it, but I do think it becomes a thing where it's like, if you're too aware of that, or you're putting too much emphasis on that, it becomes this thing where it's like, well, what about their competence? That should be central or primary. And then when it's like, yeah, of course. But it's like, okay, but if then when, I mean, this happens obviously with public officials all the time now, but it's like when you're overemphasizing things about them they can't control, their gender, their race, their whatever, it's like, okay, that's great. Like, I'm not against that. I think that's a good thing. We should have people that are teaching. We should have people that are in government or in elected positions and all that look like the country. And the country is, incredibly diverse in many aspects, great. I'm not against that. I guess it was where it's like the emphasis, right? Mm-hmm. Or where people, and then it becomes like, look, see, this is the first so-and-so of so-and-so. And it's just like, I would feel really weird. I've always had this idea. If that ever happened to me, where I was like somehow a little bit more public and someone hired me or something like that, the first thing I would say is, please do not mention my gender. Don't mention my race. Don't mention my class. Just mention me for my abilities and my competence. Personally, that's what I would like. Mm-hmm. I understand it might be advantageous for you to, in my field, in clinical psych, dudes are the minority. So, people will say like, well, we have a male clinician here. It's like, okay, I mean, if it's relevant to what the client wants, fine. But, or I had this one time at work and someone said, well, I think you would be good for this client. Okay, why? Well, they're Latin and you're Latin. I said, oh, it's just about, that's all it is? No, that's not what I mean. And like, I don't think that's what this person meant, but it's like, that shouldn't be the assumption, right? Because there is a little bit of an inherent kind of like, it's not a stereotype, but it's an assumption. Mm-hmm. And if you know anything about Latin people, incredibly diverse. I mean, it's just so, I've talked about it numerous times on the podcast, but it's a hemispheric region that is wildly different. And then you have, for folks that are immigrants, you have, immigrants first, second generation. Then you have different regions within the United States. I mean, it's incredibly diverse. It's incredibly diverse. And you can't put all those folks in one group. It's impossible. And in terms of interest, in terms of class, in terms of politics, in terms of really anything. There's a few things that are kind of common, but it's actually not that many. But if people just group one very diverse population there together as just this like one thing, then becomes problematic. So I think if you do that in different ways, that's not accurate at the very least. And I think it's in the long term inefficient. But I don't know. I mean, we're both Latin, so we think the same way, right? We think exactly the same. Apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
All that matters.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit of a rabbit trail there, which was fun, but I don't know what to do about the attractiveness privilege thing. It's an interesting thing. I wouldn't overemphasize it, but I just think it's a thing that doesn't get talked about.
It doesn't. And I mean, I do think there might be like, oh, yeah, I guess attractiveness is probably beneficial whether you are male or female, but it just seems that like if you were a young female who's attractive, I can't really think of a more like privileged demographic group to be in,
Certainly. And so, it's also in a lot of ways.
It's inefficient. It's unnuanced to say like, oh, women only face disadvantage. It's like, no. If you're an attractive young woman, like your life is going to go pretty well. I mean, on average, there will be a lot of benefits you'll accrue for that. And so like, yeah, it's just, we could add so many more layers to that story. And so like when we talk about these broad groups, like we're not capturing so much of people's experience. Like, just like if we talk about, oh, you're white, therefore you're privileged. Like some people grow up, incredibly poor, having really rough lives. And the fact that they're white, maybe that counts in some ways, but in other ways, they've had just as hard of a life. And so it's like, it feels unfair to just like write people off because of like this huge category.
Again, absolute vitriol I can hear from other people about you saying that, white people that have white privilege have just as hard as lives as other people of other races. I mean, it's just absolutely irate. I mean, I've seen and I've heard these arguments where people are like, absolutely not. And, I think here's my both sides in it. I think, sure, white folks can have, white privilege or whatever. Okay. And I think they can have that in the category of race. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sure. And they can also have really, really, really difficult lives that doesn't get them or help them anywhere. Right. Is it always going to be the case that, or is it potentially that it could be the case they won't get racially discriminated against when they go into a store or if they go into a or whatever? Yeah, that's probably less likely, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other hardships or other things that they could have. And so I get the distinction with that is it's like, well, that is more likely for black folks or for brown folks that they could have no other hardships, but just because of their color of their skin or their race, they might have some discrimination that a white person would have. I can get that to a certain extent in that kind of category in terms of race and things like that. But that does not. I think it's one piece of it. I don't think that it's the whole story, and I think it does a disservice of not looking at each individual person's experience and knowing that, yeah, sure, okay, that may be true, but a white person's life could be just as hard in many other domains as anybody else's. So that's kind of my both sides in it. So which I'm always beaten up over. I'm always both sides in things. But I hear you though. I definitely agree with a lot of what you're saying. I want to talk to you about your more recent paper that was really good on menstruation and anxiety. What was it? What was the name of the progesterone and women's anxiety across the menstrual cycle? That was the title of the paper. But just say, kind of give us the abstract and then just give us the conclusion, because that's all people read in scientific papers. I'm just kidding. Tell us, how you got to do the study, why you did it, and what's why it's important, and then you can tell us kind of some of the details. I found it very fascinating. So,
oh, thanks. Yeah. So this paper was looking at. So progesterone is a hormone that fluctuates across the menstrual cycle. And so it increases in the second half of the cycle, the luteal phase. And so what's interesting about progesterone is one of its primary functions is basically preparing the body for the possibility of pregnancy and sustaining pregnancy. So when women become pregnant, their progesterone levels increase dramatically, but you also see an increase at the second half of their menstrual cycles. And the role that progesterone is playing here is basically it's thickening the uterine lining or the endometrium so that if there was conception, that the blastocyst could implant in the uterine wall. And so it's preparing the body for the possibility of pregnancy. And it's kind of crazy, actually, if you think about the fact that every cycle, the body is going through this whole cascade of events just in case there's a pregnancy. It's just it's strange to think about it that way. But yeah, so progesterone is playing that role. And so in this paper, we were looking at whether progesterone might have kind of psychological correlates. And so we looked at anxiety. And so in the context of animals, there had been some evidence that progesterone and its metabolites had been linked to anxiety and kind of a stress response. And there was also some evidence in humans that there might be an association between progesterone and women's anxiety. And so we looked at this in two studies. The first used a sample of Polish women. And so they came into the lab at 3 different time points in their cycle. And so they provided saliva samples, and that's how we looked at progesterone levels. And then we also looked at estradiol or estrogen. And we asked them to report their anxiety across the cycle. And so what we found in this first study was a link between women, such that women who tended to have cycles that had higher progesterone levels also tended to report greater anxiety. And so this anxiety measure was just really general, just like on a scale of 1 to 7, how anxious do you feel today? And so study 2 looked at a more specific form of anxiety. So we looked at attachment anxiety. So this captures people's kind of attitudes towards their relationship. So it's had typically been thought of as kind of like a dispositional variable, meaning that like we just tend to either be high or low in anxious attachment. And then this kind of captures our fear of abandonment and kind of concern that our partners might reject us and a need for closeness. And so an example might be like, I'm afraid of losing my partner's love. Yeah.
Yeah. Is this from the 4 major attachment styles from the strange situation or from the adult attachment? So with the adult attachment, it's autonomous, dismissing, preoccupied. Whereas with the main ones from the 4 from infancy is obviously secure, insecure, anxious, ambivalent, insecure, anxious, avoidant, and then resisting or whatever, avoidant, whatever it is, or disorganized and resisting or whatever it is. Which one was it? Was it mapping on one of those or one of those systems or something just attachment in general?
We use the experiences in close relationships measure. So it measures anxious attachment and avoidant attachment. And so if you're avoidantly attached, you might kind of feel uncomfortable at closeness. And so you could score low in both of them, in which case you would be classified as like securely attached. You're not afraid of losing your partner's love, but you're also not too afraid of getting too close to your partner. So that's the scale that we measured. So it's more focused on interpersonal anxiety, at least in the context of a relationship. But we made sure that it was useful for women who were both in a relationship and not in a relationship. So we asked them, like, in general, how you tend to feel. And so for this study, this was American undergraduates. So they too came to the lab at 3 time points across their cycle. And so they would give a saliva sample. And this time we looked at progesterone and cortisol. And so cortisol is associated with stress. And so we kind of wanted to control for that to make sure that these effects were due to progesterone and not just like metrics of stress generally. And so we also controlled for avoidant attachment. So to see whether this is just a reflection of like any form of, kind of insecure attachment or whether it was about attachment anxiety specifically. And so here in this study, we found a both within women effect and between women effect, meaning that within women, as their progesterone levels are higher, they tended to show more attachment anxiety, but also across women who tend to have progesterone levels that are higher across their cycles compared to women who had lower progesterone levels in their cycle overall, they also tended to show more anxious attachment. And so basically, if we take kind of the conceptual takeaway from these 2 studies, suggests that there might be kind of a psychological role that progesterone might be associated with women's interpersonal anxiety. And we think that this could make sense from an evolutionary perspective if you think about, while pregnancy is a really vulnerable time for women. So their mobility is limited, so they're more vulnerable. They can't fend for themselves to the same degree. There's also a huge caloric or additional caloric demand to being pregnant. Now, in a modern environment, it's no big deal to eat 1 more cheeseburger from McDonald's, but you could think about in ancestral times, getting those extra calories might be really hard if everyone's like always on the verge of, starvation. And so women are vulnerable during pregnancy. So it might make sense that as the body is preparing physically for pregnancy, which is what it's doing in this luteal phase and what progesterone is doing, it's thickening that uterine lining, that perhaps progesterone is also motivating women to prepare interpersonally for pregnancy. That is kind of to check in with their social partners and see, is our relationship stable right now? So maybe be a little bit more anxious in the context of their relationship to make sure they have that support from their partners.
Okay, so a few questions here. So the first thing is, how do we know it's not? So I know you controlled for cortisol, right? But how did you control for other hormones? So obviously there's a variety of hormones that men and women have, but particularly with women. How do we know that it's not due to random error or due to another variable? How do we know it was progesterone as opposed to maybe a combination of other hormones, et cetera? How do we know that that's what it was?
Yeah, it's a good question. And so in study 2, we controlled for cortisol, and in study 1, we controlled for estrogen. And so this was to try to isolate the effects of progesterone. And so that's the most that we can say, but it could very well be the case that it's something about the whole constellation of hormone levels at that time. And because we didn't measure them, it makes it harder to rule out that possibility. So we can be more confident with study 1 that we at least controlled for estrogen, which also fluctuates across the cycle. But we didn't, it's not perfect. So we can't be certain, and it's only correlational. So we can't know that the progesterone is shifting the anxiety. We can feel more confident because progesterone naturally fluctuates across the cycle. But because it's correlational, the result could go the other way. It could be maybe when women feel more anxious, their progesterone levels increase. And so the study is limited in what we can know for certain.
Yeah, I was trying to see what you guys used. What'd you guys do? One way ANOVA. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So we would control also we would control for both like within, so we use like 2-level models too, where we would control for variation within women and between women. So that's also a unique feature of this paper, which is nice because then it allows us to kind of tease apart, is it just about like higher progesterone across the cycle, or is it about changes in progesterone within women's cycles?
Yeah, so that was my other question here, which was, well, I'll come to that in a minute, but I guess the other question I had was you talked about interpersonal anxiety. So 2 points here. So first, is it I don't want to say it sounds terrible, but not pathological, but would you describe the anxiety? And I know that the measure you used was a kind of a basic measure, so maybe it's unclear, but a type of clinical anxiety, such as a generalized anxiety, which is more clinical, or kind of a non-pathological anxiety, which is just your kind of general worry, nothing that would scale onto a kind of a clinical diagnosis. Was it which one of those? Was it pathological or clinical anxiety, or non-pathological? And then you looked at interpersonal anxiety, but also what would you consider in looking at different types of external internalized expressions of anxiety? Because that's a kind of a key feature for anxiety.
Yeah. So these populations were just like, non-clinical samples. And so these are only slight, subtle increases. So these wouldn't be full on, generalized anxiety or social anxiety, like reaching the thresholds for clinical levels. There have been some studies. There was one study with like clinical levels of anxiety, and they found that for those women, their anxiety or their stress was higher in the luteal phase. And so they've done studies among clinical samples, but we did not. So this would most likely look like just like slight shifts that probably would not even be discernible to women themselves, or their partners. However, we didn't measure how this manifests in behavior. So that would be super cool to look at to see, do we see more like, discussions with one's romantic partner, like let's define the relationship during the luteal phase, or particularly in cycles where progesterone levels are higher. Do we see more more jealousy or more vigilance about their partner's behavior? So we didn't measure any aspect of behaviors that could tell us like what this is looking like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's the role the endocrine system plays for, so many things, mood and psychological involvement and physical. It's huge. And so obviously hormones are in play, and obviously people, observe that there are hormonal changes for women during pregnancy, or there can be, and there can be different mood states. And so it's interesting how, the timing of when anxiety is seen here. I was going to ask also about the variance in women's menstrual cycles over their lifetime at different ages. So obviously there's, I'm sure there was an age range of people you looked at and things like that. But what would we say about very young people, right? Or very, or older women? And just there's variance, even within women and then between women in terms of their menstrual cycles. What did you find from this study, if anything, and what would you want to look at maybe in the future about some kind of I don't know if you do a longitudinal kind of thing, but trying to look at different points over age and then the menstrual cycle for a woman's life?
Yeah, it's a good question. We didn't control or examine moderation by age. Reproductive hormone levels tend to decrease over the course of women's lives as they approach menopause. So it would be interesting to see if these lower concentrations manifest in lower levels of anxiety. There is variation within women between cycles. And so just because you have a high progesterone cycle this cycle doesn't mean your next cycle will have high progesterone levels. Sure. And so that can be due to genetic factors, lifestyle factors, developmental changes. So yeah, it's interesting to think about which factors play a role. And it's also possible that interpersonal factors might contribute, so if we know that this is a correlational study, it's possible that anxiety about the relationship might shift progesterone levels. But I will say that we have another set of data that we looked at. We were interested in pregnant women compared to non-pregnant women. And so these aren't published data, but we found this overall pattern that women who were pregnant had lower attachment anxiety compared to women who were not. And so it's possible that what's going on here, and some evidence in the literature supports this, that there might be a curvilinear relationship between progesterone and anxiety, where at lower levels that you tend to see across the cycle, then you might see that progesterone is positively associated with anxiety. But at really high concentrations, like characteristic of pregnancy, you might see that progesterone becomes anxiolytic or negatively associated with anxiety. And so those results are kind of consistent with that interpretation. And that might make sense because if you think about during pregnancy, you wouldn't want women to be really stressed out. So stress can be harmful to fetal development. So you wouldn't want, as progesterone keeps increasing, you wouldn't want women to become more and more anxious. And so it's possible that there's this curvilinear relationship between progesterone and anxiety, depending on, the concentration levels.
Yeah, that was kind of my last question on this point was, where do you see other types of data in the literature, and where would you want to kind of further expand on looking on this one piece?
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to look at how it manifests in behavior. So are we detecting any noticeable differences in how women act towards their partners if they're feeling more anxious attachment? It would be interesting to see if clinical populations of women who have, social anxiety or generalized anxiety, if their progesterone levels are different or dysregulated in any way. And then it would also be cool. I believe we have some evidence. I think it was in one of our data sets. It's hard to know if we're onto something or if this is just a fluke. But I believe we found a different pattern of progesterone and anxiety among women who already had a kid. And so that would be interesting if if our bodies kind of rewire with pregnancy and childbirth, such that the system is different once you reproduce. And so that could be another direction for future research.
Yeah, no, I think that does sound very fascinating. I think a lot of the things you mentioned are interesting. I mean, these are things that, it's just such a common, it's just something that every woman goes through, right? And so it's interesting to know more about something that every woman is going to experience. So I guess in terms of linking some of these things together, I know one thing that I think you've written some papers on is about gender bias, which obviously shows up in society and in different contexts. What is the major issues or problems we see with gender bias and some of your ideas on this and based on some of the research you've looked at for gender bias?
Yeah, so we in our paper we looked at moral typecasting. So Kurt Gray and Wegner have kind of proposed this framework where they argue that when we evaluate moral actions, we instinctively classify people as either the victim or the perpetrator, and that these roles are kind of mutually exclusive. So as we see someone as the agent or the perpetrator in this case, it becomes harder to see them as the victim and vice versa. And so in our studies, we looked at whether gender might affect the ease with which we classify people as perpetrators or victims. So, this could be based on base rates of harm. We know that men perpetrate the majority of physical violence. Now, interestingly, men are also more likely to be the victims of physical violence, but I don't think people always, expect that. But yeah, so it could just be based on base rates of harm or stereotypes. So we know that men tend to be stereotyped as agentic. So people more easily classify them as like forceful or dominant. And then women tend to be stereotyped as more passive, so yielding and tender. And so we examined whether people show a gender bias in their tendency to classify men and women as victims. And so one study that we used to test this, which I love, it was thought of by my colleague, Carl Aquino. So what we did is we showed people these videos of shapes interacting. So these like animate objects or inanimate objects, but they were moving, so animated. And so one would kind of attack the other. And so we would ask people, to what degree is the green triangle the perpetrator? What degree is the orange triangle the victim, or vice versa? And then we'd ask them, like, if you had to classify them, which would be male, which would be female. And so we found that as people perceived one of the triangles as more of the perpetrator, they were more likely to classify that triangle as male. And as they would see another triangle as more of the victim, they tended to classify that triangle as female. And so we found these tendencies even in, non-human stimuli, but we also used in later studies vignettes with, human interactions. But across studies, we found that people more closely linked women with victims and men with perpetration. And so this had consequences for their moral reactions. So they felt more sympathy when women were harmed, presumably because women fit the kind of prototype or stereotype of a victim. And then they felt less sympathy when men were harmed. And then when men were seen as perpetrators, they attributed more blame to them. They saw them as more responsible and more deserving of punishment. And so I think that these are interesting results because they're in the domain of harm, but they very closely parallel other patterns that we see out in the world. So this would make sense that if we tend to see men as agents, as acting their will onto the world, that in a moral domain, you'd associate them with perpetration, which is what we found. But if we think about in the context of like a business or, in the voting booth, they are going to be more closely associated with leadership roles because that is an agentic role. And so I think that this pattern that we're seeing makes sense across domains, even though we only looked at the domain of morality. And so it goes to show that these stereotypes that can be kind of beneficial to men in one context, like maybe they're more likely to be nominated as CEOs because they're seen as leaders, can also be harmful in the context of harm, where we less easily recognize their suffering and more easily see them as evil perpetrators.
It almost feels like there's this element of perspective taking here, right? Like you're making this idea about, so in the example of men, if you really, often they're seen as perpetrators, but there are other aspects of that people aren't considering, right? Is kind of what you're saying, is that, yes, they may, like in this example, take a leadership role, it's more actionable, et cetera, but there's, also downsides to doing that. So I don't want to miss exactly what you're saying. You're not saying that people should have sympathy for perpetrators. Is this
No.
That's not what you're saying, right? Okay, yeah. So
No.
just delineate, I guess, how this kind of works out.
Yeah, so it's not to say that men don't commit crimes and that we should care, we should have sympathy when they commit a crime. What our results suggest is that it's easier for us to detect men's perpetration and women's victimization than the converse. So because men fit the prototype of a perpetrator, we feel more strongly about punishing them, and it's easier to recognize when men are doing harm in the world. And then for women, because they fit the prototype of victim, it's easier for us to recognize when women are victimized, and we feel more sympathy and compassion when they are harmed. But it's harder for us to see the converse. So it's harder for us to see when women are perpetrating evil in the world, because that doesn't fit our prototype. And it's also harder for us to see when men are suffering in the world, because men aren't consistent with our prototype of a victim.
Okay, so I understand. I will not ask you about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, but is this a kind of example of what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and it's really interesting. So the data on like interpartner violence, so like in domestic violence, it's interesting because sex differences aren't as wide as you might expect. It's actually, the evidence suggests it like kind of cuts both ways. It's pretty even. I went to this conference it was a male psychology conference, and it was really interesting because one of the speakers there, she worked with male victims of domestic abuse. And it was so tragic, but also like fascinating to hear some of like how this unfolded and how like people would be really dismissive towards them. Of course, these are anecdotes, but they're consistent with our findings. They would be dismissive of the male victims. And it was also interesting to hear some of the tactics that the female perpetrators would use. So although women don't have a size advantage, they would find other tactics to harm their partners. So they would be more likely to harm them when they were sleeping or in the shower. So cases when they were vulnerable. And then they would also use more psychological tactics. So they would say things like, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to tell everyone you raped me. Or if you try to leave me, you'll never see your children again. And like, that latter threat is pretty credible because it's very unlikely for men to get full custody. So in in court cases, women are disproportionately awarded custody. And so this is an example of something that like might make sense why there would be that bias on average, but it's going to harm men as well. So like this might be backed up by a pattern on average that women tend to be investing caregivers, but that's going to be harmful for a lot of men who are loving and investing fathers. And so these patterns that we found in our data are actually, they're mirrored in court cases too. You find that if you hold crime severity constant, you find that men receive longer sentences, and particularly if their victim was female. So there's like a disparity in sentencing that kind of matches what we found as well, that people more easily punish men for the same crimes.
Yeah. I actually worked clinically years ago. I ran groups. They were court mandated groups for perpetrators of intimate partner violence. So it was all men. It was all men's group. But I also ran groups, not as many, for victims as well.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, not at the same time, but but I have exposure, but mostly it was with the perpetrators, and I mean, obviously, overwhelmingly, it was true, right? It was like a 5-month program, it was like a 22-week kind of thing. But there would be instances where pretty confidently that what was charged against them wasn't true, and that they were actually the ones that had received abuse in all different formats, or it was bilateral, and but they were having to do these many things that were court ordered. Now, if you know a little bit about the history of this, obviously, I mean, it's goes without saying that in the United States and still around around the world, how women are treated in committed relationships, romantic relationships around the world is abysmal in many places. Mm-hmm. And even in the United States, there was a big push with many women's rights, activist groups and things like that were doing, I think, really, really good work on trying to make sure that, I mean, there were women that were getting killed, by mm-hmm. intimate partner violence. I mean, it was, and, cops would just kind of laugh and be like, all right, that's your guys' problem. And they wouldn't do anything about it. Mm-hmm. And there was a turn, I think, in the 80s here in the US, and then all through the 90s. And then I think the, violence against women. What's the name of the bill, the act? It's the federal bill.
Oh, yeah, where it makes it kind of a gendered concept.
Yeah. And so the argument with this is, well, look, you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right? Yeah, there are going to be some cases where some dudes are going to get wrongfully accused or wrongfully, yeah, but overall, we're getting most of the people that are really harming women. And I mean, I think that's a callous thing to say. But I do think it is true that overwhelmingly it was for many years just a huge issue that wasn't stopped and people just turned their eyes towards it or whatever. And so the pendulum kind of, I think, swung the other way. But that doesn't mean that there aren't, a decent amount of cases where women can be perpetrators and abuse men. And it just obviously looks different. I remember when I talked to David about this, David Bussey, we talked about this too, because I think he wrote about this in his last book, which was, again, there's just really interesting data on intimate partner violence and what that looks like and how that plays out. And so it's complicated, but I guess the one question I have here, based on what you were saying with your study, is a lot of this just on, stereotypes? Like how strong or how persistent are these stereotypes about, men are the perpetrators, women are the victims? Like that's obviously there are cases where that isn't the case, but it seems like this is a strong stereotype, or that it's persistent and keeps going. Like, how do we understand kind of this origins of sorts of it being rooted in stereotypes, and how accurate that is or isn't? Yeah.
So I think, of course, I take an evolutionary approach. So I try to think about, like, why would we have these biases? One is, I think it's, as we talked about, like, matched up by, it's supported by reality, at least in terms of perpetration of physical violence. It is the case that men are more violent. But I also think that there's an evolutionary rationale for why we might be inclined to see women as victims. And if we think about reproduction, we talked about how women invest more in reproduction, like 9 months of pregnancy, childbirth, lactation. Their eggs are more metabolically dense. And so women set the upper limit on reproduction. And so if we think about, if there was a group of 10 women and 3 men, how many babies could that group have compared to a group of 3 women and 10 men? Mm-hmm. So because women are setting the upper limit on reproduction, it might make sense to favor a bias where we, tend to protect women from harm, that they are less expendable in some sense. And so I think that might contribute to why we see this pattern. So in our studies, we did recruit from different cultures. So we had a Chinese sample, American samples and Canadian samples. So of course, not very representative, but we did find similar patterns across the cultures. Oh, and I believe we had a Norwegian sample, but maybe there's another package of studies that we have where we look at kind of like the consequences of this bias and like how it leads to a lack of concern for men suffering. And we find that across different studies. But yeah, so it suggests that this is a cross-cultural pattern, but of course it'd be interesting to collect more data on how consistent that is across cultures. And so if you found similar pattern across culture, maybe we could more strongly point to, biological attributions of those biases. But then again, if you find that men also perpetuate more violence across cultures, then it becomes unclear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to dispute that more often than not, men are perpetrators and all these things, and that it happens cross-culturally, and there's, you could use a genetic and biological and environmental reasons for all that. I don't think anyone's really going to deny that, but that doesn't mean that, women also can't, be perpetrators and be aggressive, and also that men can't be victims and things like that. And so I think it, becomes, my interest is not really on policy or politics or what should be or shouldn't be done. It's more on the research of what we know, and and then I guess there's some implications for how that could be changed. But yeah, it is very, very, very interesting. The last thing that I think we'll end on is kind of something that many people will discuss often, and so it's a little bit of a different topic from all the other things we've been discussing, but is about free speech, which is something that I care about. I think it's something that you care about. Mm-hmm. Are you a free speech absolutist? Are you one of these people, or no?
I think so. I guess because, hot take. Well, when I think about free speech, I think about it in the context of empirical reality, like so being able to ask questions, forward hypotheses, and talk honestly about the results. And so that is the context when I think about free speech. So I'm sure there are some cases where I'd be like, yeah, maybe that's not the best, that we shouldn't be like pro free speech. But the way that I think about it is in the context of data and research. And I think free speech is so important because if we don't openly acknowledge the ills of society, we can't address them. So I think of it as like the way, if I went to the doctor, I would really hope that the doctor would tell me everything that was wrong with me, even if it pained me to hear it, even if it was information I didn't want to hear. And that is because that's the only way that we can go about treating it, is if we know what's wrong with me. And I see the same is true in society, that if we don't know what's truly going on, how are we supposed to address any of the issues?
Okay, so I'll come back to academia or and scientific research in a minute. So you're not, and if you don't want to comment on it, I totally understand. It's fine. But, you're not necessarily like, people can say racial slurs and direct them towards other people. I mean, there are people that will say like, well, yeah, free speech absolutist, go nuts, and do whatever you want, and kind of, foment and incite certain types of ideas, etc. That's a different category for you, or you're not okay with that, or,
Yeah, I guess like I would think, so I guess I'm not a free speech absolutist in that sense, that like, I don't see that as productive. I don't, so I would.
Well, that doesn't matter really. The advocates for that would say that it doesn't matter if it's productive or not. Speaking is connected with thinking. Mm-hmm. And if you're not speaking freely, you're not thinking freely. And so if you're limiting someone's speech, you're limiting how they think. That's one argument that's made on this.
Yeah, I guess I would say like if you were harassing someone, I think that would be like in the workplace. Like, yeah, you would be held accountable for those for that speech. Like, sure, you can say it, but you're probably going to lose your job, because that's harassment. So I guess the concern that I have is more about, so maybe I would put limits on, I guess like in a workplace, I would see, you need to have policies where employees are treating one another with respect. But in terms of like which speech I would regulate, I would be very hesitant to regulate empirical claims, testable hypotheses, and I would allow people to forward them.
So you're worried about the context, a little bit of the content, I think as well, but also the context. And so, well, that's a fair question. Should there be different parameters and boundaries and regulation of speech in different contexts? Or do we just use the same rules across the board, no matter what?
Yeah, so I think in a workplace, we might have to have different criteria.
Why?
For the sake, it's really tough, because if I use the criteria of like, okay, well, we can't have it be, I wouldn't want my employees to experience harm. But that can become very difficult when harm is defined subjectively. So what one person finds harmful, another person might not. And so it becomes very slippery slope. And so I guess maybe, so for me, I think for me, it's like important, like the consequences. Like I wouldn't want to regulate speech if it gets in the way of scientific discovery and discussion of patterns in the world.
But how is that different, though, from another context?
So, such as like in the workplace?
In the workplace, at a sporting event, or in a school, or online, or just in general. How are these? I mean, I know they're different contexts, but how is it different for free speech? Why are you making that delineation?
Yeah. I mean, I guess we have norms about treatment of individuals, and I wonder if that is how those types of insults should be handled. So, like in a workplace, you as an employer have a responsibility to create a safe environment for your employees. So I see that as different. At a baseball game, if someone is a dick, well, they're a dick, and hopefully everyone just ignores them and treats them poorly for it. I'm not.
But that because you're connecting it with responsibility. You're connecting with responsibility in both contexts. In the work environment, you're connecting it with the employer, the supervisor, the manager, etc. They have responsibility for how their subordinates or employees conduct themselves and what they say or even maybe don't say. Mm-hmm. In a work environment, why would there not be responsibility for the dickhead at the stadium saying all of these horrible things? There still needs to be a holder of responsibility. Why would that not be constant in all contexts?
Yeah, I'm not sure who would be held responsible in that context. Like, is the owner of the field responsible for the well-being of the fans?
What my argument would be is each individual person, regardless of context, is responsible for their speech. Mm-hmm. Full stop. I think that's the case. Obviously, within different contexts, there are different roles and positions and things like that have some evaluative or some type of authority or some type of enforcement, which is right. But even if you're at a public place or a public event, the responsibility resides within the person making the speech. And to me, that's always my hardest thing for free speech absolutists, mm-hmm. is it's always an emphasis on I can say whatever I want, and not also a conversation about what kinds of personal responsibility one puts on themselves for the types of speech and the potential impact your speech can have, which has a totally different viewpoint in terms of influence and scale. which I think are also super important for free speech. So that's how I'm kind of thinking about it. What do you think?
Okay. So where would you define, like, at what point would you regulate it?
Okay, so in terms of regulation, I think depending on the context and the situation and the players involved, it's going to have different thresholds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that's going to be with every single context. But at the end of the day, whoever is regulating or enforcing, I think it should be a wide kind of lens of things.
Mm-hmm.
I think the responsibility is on each individual person. And so if in this case, if somebody is exercising free speech in some way, but they're doing it irresponsibly, let's say, there should be consequences, or there should be various outcomes for that, and people will have to enforce it or not. How does that get determined? I think in each context it depends. I think it depends on the setup. I think it depends on the environment. I think it becomes difficult in a kind of in the public sphere, the social space, and I think it becomes almost impossible on social media. It's just impossible. It's impossible because people will be one way IRL, and then they will be absolutely, completely different online, and you never see, or you do see it, but it's baffling in some ways. And so I see free speech as connected with responsibility. I really do. I really do. And I think that that's really important. So to go to with where the context of you were saying about in academia, I think this is difficult. So I think I tend to agree with you mostly. We should not be preventing people from doing research and publishing or accepting research because it doesn't fit a branch or an ideology or the mainstream or what's popular or what's trending, etc. I don't think that should be the case. And I'm pretty strident in that. However, I do think it is the responsibility of obviously the researchers and the participants, and of course, and all I think, or I think most, in scientific research, we have ethics about research, right? Mm-hmm. We have there's an ethics code. There's a way in which you do things. That's why we do an IRB. That's why we do all these things. I mean, there's an ethics for doing research, and in that way, I think there's a responsibility of the researchers and how they're upholding to a standard ethics by some governing body or association or whatever. However, I do think with journals or the academic or educational institution has a responsibility of how accessible research should be for non experts. Mm-hmm. Because my worry on things is, I think for the most part, people should be able to say whatever the fuck they want, mm-hmm. right? I'm not a big censorship person at all. However, what is really important is, what is the potential influence? What is the potential ways in which people could take something that someone has said or use it against them or against other people, especially when you have ideas that are very powerful, and especially if the person's position is very powerful, whether they want that or not is almost, absolutely fucking irrelevant, right? So I'll give you an example. Take someone like Joe Rogan. Mm-hmm. Joe Rogan can say whatever the fuck he wants. That's fine. The difference is, he has a massive influence, and he has so many millions of people that listen to him. The responsibility lays on the person saying X or Z or Y or whatever to say, oh, well, I can't say what I want. Well, it's a big difference if you're saying something to somebody one-on-one or to a group of 10 people. But if you're saying something or some things and it's being broadcasted to millions, I mean, we're talking millions of people around the world, you have a responsibility for that. Now, I'm not saying that if people go and they take something and then somebody does something horrific and then, you deserve the blame. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you should make aspirationally best efforts to be as responsible and ethical with the speech you say, depending on context and depending on the amount of influence and scale that you have. I think that's a lot different than if it's just you and I at a coffee shop and we're having private conversation. I think there's some different rules here about private and public conversation, context, scale, influence, etc. And I think free speech there's a little bit more constraints there. And that's not to censor, that's to be responsible. And I think if you don't do that, you're irresponsible. And I think that's not the ways in which we want to aspire to be or to influence other people, to be irresponsible with the things we say. That's kind of my impassioned view on this. What are your thoughts? You could disagree with me or whatever. What do you think?
I don't know. I both agree and disagree with you.
No, don't do what I do. Don't do the both sides thing. Don't do that. You can disagree.
I do disagree because I mean, it's not on me how people will use the information. So that could be, I just see that as a slippery slope that say I say a negative health effect of carrots and then people refuse to eat carrots. That's not on me. That was their own decision on how to use that information. But where I agree with you, and I've struggled with this. So I thought of myself as very pro free speech. And I think that it's super important to talk about patterns. One, because people can detect them in the world. And two, because how else are we going to fix anything if we don't know what's true? Sure. But where I struggle is recently when I was thinking about, when people talked about the vaccines and they spread information that either wasn't true or, they misled people. And then I think, I tend to be utilitarian. I tend to think about the consequences. And I think, if you can demonstrate that people died because of someone else's speech, is that right? Do I support free speech in that context where say that we could link some amount of deaths to this? And that's where I struggle because in general, I think talking about the truth or talking about ideas openly is going to lead us to the truth and designing a better world. But if people are being irresponsible and saying things that aren't true, how do we account for that? Because if that does affect people's behavior, then I struggle with that.
Okay, but your moral compass is calibrated to death. Right? Which I agree. If people are talking bullshit about alternative treatments and causing all of this misinformation about vaccines that isn't true or whatever, yeah, that's terrible. But it doesn't always have to be at that scale either. Because you could make the same argument. Well, I don't know. I was just asking questions. I can't help that people didn't take the vaccine. How is that any different?
I mean, I struggle with that one because I feel I don't know if it leads to more suffering. I struggle with that, but I think that I think that we should discuss ideas on their merits. So if someone wants to say, hey, vaccines don't work, I would say, show me the data that they don't work or show me the evidence that they're harmful. And so I do still think that just like I use the example with carrots, it still is on the people who trusted that. And I think it's on them at the end of the day to have listened to this information where you were gambling with your life. And
what? Okay. So the responsibility does fall on the person that is listening to it as well. And it's their choice to listen to it or not. I understand that. And I agree with you on that, right? I agree with you. But then you would, I think implicitly or in a non-direct way, be making a statement that influence, power, status has no impact here. Of course, people are going to listen to someone that has MD after their name or PhD, because that's a heuristic that says you're an expert in this.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the responsibility of the person listening to it. The responsibility, I mean, not entirely, but I would put more of the responsibility on somebody that is seen as, an expert, or seen as, a primary researcher in one area or things like that. They have I think an ethical, and I think they have a moral responsibility to say, hey, you know what? Here's all these things, et cetera, et cetera. I think this is absolutely, fucked, because there's so many incentives, especially online, to just kind of do this, and there's audience capture, and they say all of these things because it keeps making and generating capital, saying things that people want to hear, and pushing towards conspiratorial thinking on the vaccine piece is where I'm referencing this.
Mm-hmm.
But there has to be greater responsibility for the person saying their speech and their thought. Like that's not the responsibility of someone that hears it and has to wonder, what were they thinking and what did they really intend and this and that. Like, they didn't make the thought. They didn't have the speech. That should be the responsibility of the person that is making it, especially if you have a position of power, especially if you have influence, especially if you have status. That those things, then we're saying those things don't matter. Then we're saying, doctor this, or big influencer, whether it's in Hollywood or in music or whatever. We're basically saying that their status doesn't mean anything, or political officials, well, that doesn't mean anything, right? It's just the responsibilities on the people that listen to it. It's like, of course it does. Those are positions that are bigger than the person, right? In some ways, in terms of elected officials. And so I think not all things are created equal, right? So I agree with you in terms of ideas. People should share ideas. But again, right? So let me give you this example. If somebody wants to talk about vaccines and certain alternative hypotheses, or where it came from, or the efficacy and effectiveness of certain vaccines over others, etc., fine. I would say I have a disagreement about the timing of that, right? If you have people every single day dying around the world, now is not the time to just be asking fucking questions, right? And just saying like, well, I didn't do anything. That's irresponsible, right? Like that's not the time to do that. You want to do the post-mortem on this, 5 years from now? Great, right? That's fine. You want to write a book on it? Fine. But in real time, as things are changing every week, every month, that's, I think, morally questionable, at least. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, when you have these types of conversations, you have the responsibility as the person saying them to say, you know what? Yes, I'm a doctor. Yes, I'm an MD, or I'm a PhD or whatever. I'm not a virologist. I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm not immunologist, right? I got a PhD in clinical psych. That means I'm not an expert in fucking epidemiology. Mm-hmm. So you're going to take it with a grain of salt. What does that say? I'm an expert in one field, but I am not an expert in another field. So your transferable skills are going to not extend as far. Can you read an article? Can you read a journal article and understand how it works and how to deduct certain things? Yep, that's true, because there's enough transferable things there. Does that mean that you know the ins and outs of immunology? No, you fucking don't. So you shouldn't be opining about that. But if you want to, you say, I'm not an expert on this, and it should be very tentative. You know what? I don't know about this. I know what I'm reading here. I know what I'm seeing here, but I'm unsure. You have to have, in that moment, you have to have a shitload of epistemic humility, regardless of what you're being incentivized as, regardless of whatever cult following you get. And that we saw the exact opposite, which I would say makes some kind of, you could make a potential a hypothesis or inference about that person's character. Now, I think that's a big leap too far to totally judge their character, their entire character. But if they're going to do it on that in that moment, I think that's just irresponsible with free speech, right? That's totally different, I think, with academia. But kind of going to the point that I said earlier is I think when things, this is a terrible analogy, but when things leak out of the lab, meaning from academia, and it goes to people, and this is going to sound elitist, and I don't really care, but like people that didn't do that research or aren't in that field, or they don't know how to look at scientific papers, or they're reading something, that's potentially harmful. That's potentially harmful because you don't have the knowledge base. You don't have some of the skills to know the ins and outs of that. So yes, should we talk about some of the genetic components and the heritability of IQ across different groups? Sure. Should we talk about various things about gender differences with certain things? Yeah, we should. And we should research that and we should publish it. But I do not think that we should make all of that full stop fully accessible to just anyone. There should be some type of gatekeeping. In that way, I think that's important to do because those ideas could be, especially when we have a long history of them being used very negatively. Hey, this is potentially could be the misinterpretations that could be here are really, really bad. We should not publish this, but we should be very extra careful on how this is kind of distributed or released or whatever. And I think that's true for a lot of things, because I agree with you. If you went to a doctor and you wanted to know certain things and they just didn't tell you, they only told you the parts that you wanted to hear and didn't tell you all the other things that were really important, of course. But I don't think that you should be telling that to just anyone. There's a way in which you do this, and that responsibility lands on the researcher, lands on the investigator, and it lands on the person writing the article. And you have to, because you don't write this for one person. If you're writing this for everyone or a mass audience, well, you have the responsibility to know who's your audience. And if you're not doing that, that's on the person. You have to have responsibility for that. And so it totally, as I'm saying all this out loud, it makes it seem like I'm not a free speech person. And I totally am. I really am. I have very big boundaries that I stretch on free speech, right? But I do think it is important on scale and context, and I really emphasize responsibility on these things. So, okay, I said a lot. What are your thoughts on what I said or anything else?
Yeah, I think when it's like job relevant, so it's important if a doctor is giving advice, or pontificating about things, they have a duty to say what the evidence suggests, and they have a duty that other people don't because it's relevant to their title. I really like your idea of kind of acknowledging, like maybe rather or in addition to these privilege statements, we say like, here is what I am you can consider an expert on, and here's what I'm not. Like that might be useful to remind people. Mm-hmm. But I kind of think I still think it's kind of on people to be responsible consumers of information. So if I want to go to, Hillary Duff for my medical advice, that's on me. Like I should know better that she's not a doctor. Like if I want to, learn about what's good for my health, it's on me to listen to doctors. So I think like if a doctor is presenting information that is not true based on their understanding of the literature, that is problematic. But I think there is also a responsibility as a consumer. And I guess I worry that if we focus too much on like status, like that we will be penalizing people for gaining prestige in the world. So like, if someone becomes influential, I wouldn't want it to be the case that they can no longer talk about anything controversial because of the fear of what could people do with that. And I think that we never know what people are going to do with that. And if we only assume it'll be negative, we might be missing out. Like, there are opportunity costs. So say that I find out there's a heritable component to alcoholism, and I say, I'm going to hide this from the world because I don't want people going out and murdering alcoholics. Well, that's just assuming that'll only be used negatively. Instead, we've found out that there's a heritable component to alcoholism, and now we can warn people about their risk. And if anything, there might be more compassion rather than like pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, I think that to only assume information will be used negatively, we might miss positive opportunities to use that information, even though it seems dangerous. And so like, I don't think that we are prescient about how information will be used, and it's not on us to gatekeep that information from the world.
So on the first point, I'm not saying that the consumer or the listener or whatever has no responsibility. Of course, I totally agree with you on that. I too. We might just have a difference of opinion on the percentage. I put more responsibility on the person saying the things because they're their thoughts, and on their position, and on their influence, and on scale. Yes, I'm going to put more of the responsibility on the person doing that, knowing it's going to have impact. I of course, people that are listening, it's like, yeah, don't go and listen to that person. Obviously, like I wouldn't do that, but like other people do, because people are impressionable, right? People are, some people are naive or Pollyannish, or sometimes that can be, indirectly that happens, so. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I maybe we just have a different percentage point. I would put a little bit more on the person giving the information or whatever, and less on the person receiving it. But I do think that there is responsibility on the person looking for it and the consumer. So I'm not saying there isn't. Mm-hmm. And on the second point, yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree with you. Again, I think it's just, this is just where it's hard, right? It's just really, really hard because there's just variance with people. Right. You don't want to not report on something because there could be positive aspects for it. But I think people need to be abundantly clear on, here are the potential negatives. And that's not what I mean. That's not what I'm intending. Now, you can only do so much, and people are going to walk away and think what they want. And that would be the responsibility of the person that's receiving it. Mm-hmm. So I see this, but I feel like a lot of people do not do that. I'm just asking questions. I'm just reporting the data. I'm just talking about the facts. I'm just, and that's not all there is. Like, there's context, there's nuance, things are, multidimensional. And again, I put more responsibility. When you're an educated person, when you are doing the research and you are actively not considering, or you're very, 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 very much minimizing that, that's on you, man. Like, don't minimize that. Like, you have to say, especially if you know something is potentially a little hot, right? It's a little hot. I know this is going to, again, I'm not saying that you have to, like hedge everything. I'm not saying that either. I think you can make some claims. Here's what I have, the best of my knowledge. I could be wrong later, but here's what I got. Mm-hmm. You can do those things, even with controversial things, and where people are at or where they're not. But there's bad faith actors, and there's people that are irresponsible, or they'll minimize all the other things because they want an angle, or they want us. And I think that's, if you're a con man, if you're a sleazy car salesman, if you're one of those ridiculous pastors that have like 30,000 people, like whatever, you do that to all those other people, that happens. Hey, that's on them, whatever. But if you're a researcher, if you're an expert, if you're someone that looks for that, you should have a little more fucking responsibility, in my view. And so I always see free speech as like, and responsibility as two sides of the same coin. I can't talk about one without talking about the other. Typically, for me, that's how I see it. Now, other people, I hate the rhetoric around it now, where it's just all like free speech, absolutely, and all these things. And it's like, I get it. Like, no one's trying to censor anybody, but also be fucking responsible. Like, that's always my impulse with this stuff. It's like, we get it. No one's really trying to censor you, but you also are being a fucking dickhead, and you're not thinking about your impact. If you got 3 fucking million people following you online and you make a tweet that says something, you know what, maybe you should fucking think about it a little bit more, that's your responsibility. You can't say 3 million people, they need to just not read the tweet, or they should just think the best person of something. Or if you go on national TV and there's like 20 million people that are watching, be fucking responsible. You can say whatever you want, but just be responsible about it. Have some epistemic humility about it.
Yeah.
And I just think there's too many incentives to do the exact opposite, which is terrible, which is absolutely terrible. And then, you know, all the political stuff is, I couldn't say whatever I wanted. And it's like, yeah, of course you can say what you want, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be consequences, you dumbass. How can I go around and I can be responsible, considerate of the other, and say, you know what? Let me have some introspection. Let me try and say, how could this maybe be perceived? Okay, maybe I can clean this up a little bit. I can still say what I want, but let me be mindful of that's called self-censoring. That's like, free speech is not stream of consciousness to everyone. And I think that's what some people think it is. And it's like, no, you have to be responsible. You have to have some inhibition, some self-control. And I feel like social media is literally incentivizing the exact opposite. And so you have misinformation, disinformation, all of these things. And then people whining about censorship, which I think is a problem. I do think there's a big problem with a lot of things, especially if it's politically motivated. I'm not dismissing that by any means. But, you know, I think, no, all of the things I've said, you know, I think that there's certain responsibilities for certain people in certain positions with scale and influence and all the rest.
Yeah. It's interesting to think about influence and like the scale of influence and how, you know, like I probably can't even visualize what 1 million people looks like. You know, like our brains weren't designed to even conceptualize these numbers because we didn't evolve in contexts where we would be around 1 million people. And we're probably not also designed to think as though 1 million people are listening to us. Like,
right, of course.
Can you imagine what that would look like in a stadium? Like,
yeah, it's insane.
No one would ever speak.
That's insane. That's insane. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is. And so maybe there need to be adjustments based on that. But I also think that like maybe a solution is like greater education on like how to consume information intelligently, like teaching about statistics and like
100%.
And that, you know, even like logical reasoning would be really cool. And that if anyone is using always or never, they're probably wrong. Like just give people heuristics that are like, this person.
Yes. I will say, I don't think it's education alone. I think it is a psychological and some sense cultural thing where, you know, not even cultural of sorts, but it has to come from within the person. I could know all the things. I could have been educated on all this stuff. Okay, how do I sift through information? And I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you on that. I definitely think that we need to have that 120%. It still comes down to the person. Are they going to use it? Are they going to say, yeah, I know all that, but whatever. I just want to get this, you know, this validation. I want people to kind of like, yeah, you know, whatever platform or whatever avenue that looks like. And I think, that we need to disincentivize the worst parts of ourselves, you know, especially online, or especially when we can't even conceptualize, you know, 100,000 people. And yikes. I mean, I don't see that happening anytime soon, unfortunately. So it's it's quite the conundrum. So
yeah, I do hear what you're saying, and that like we should incentivize responsible disclosure of information as well as like consumption of information. And so yeah, there needs to be like some accountability, but I think that there can be worse outcomes if we stifle information. And if you tell people, for example, if you tell people something is not true when we're designed to detect patterns in the world. And so if you try to make people feel crazy for detecting patterns, right. I think they're going to get more angry than if you tried to have, and there could be worse outcomes than if you tried to have a reasonable discussion about it, you know?
Yes. I don't like making things taboo because I don't like censoring, responsible, healthy exploration of ideas. I think that's terrible. I don't think we should do that. So many wonderful things that we have in our modern life is because, someone pushed that envelope, 500 years ago, and it was, heresy or whatever. And look now where we're at. So I totally agree with that. I think just as we get with different times and stuff, I think we just need to be careful. And I would say, I think the difference between 500 years ago when people were trying to make certain ideas or statements and now is, I mean, not everybody, but I think people were a little bit more humble. I think they were like, I don't know this. I'm really for scientific rigor and for all these things. And there are plenty of people that do that and then they get ostracized or they get canceled or all that stuff. And that's not right. I don't think that's good. I don't think we should talk people down off of just giving a talk about something. I'm not for any of that stuff. I think that's bullshit. But the other end of it is, but don't, also be completely irresponsible or bad faith or all those things. And maybe let's not incentivize people that do that. Do I think we should censor them? No, but I mean, private companies can do what they want. But I think the best way to fight ideas is with better ideas. And I think some shaming of the ideas, not the people, the ideas is can be useful. But it's super complicated to navigate that labyrinth. So it's very complicated. So I'm that does not mist on me. So
yeah.
Well, I will say, you are quite lovely to talk to.
Likewise, thank you.
I could talk to you for hours, and I have. So it's very fun. You are absolutely very generous and very kind with your time and your energy, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I am sure that listeners will enjoy listening to hopefully you more than me, although I went on a passionate tirade about free speech I didn't know I was going to do so for the last 20 minutes. So but all that say, I can't say enough thanks for you coming on. Where can people find you, and where can they find your research and all the wonderful things you're doing?
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. This has been so much fun. You've been delightful to talk to. You're a very easy conversationalist.
Thanks.
In terms of where people can find me, I'm on Twitter, though not as active because I think it's become less productive of a sphere than it used to be. Nonetheless, I'm there at Tania Arlene, and they can find my work on ResearchGate. So Tania Reynolds, I have a lot of my papers up there, and if they're not there, I'd be happy to share them with anyone. If they want to email me, my email address is on the UNM website, so I'd be happy to share papers with people.
Yeah. Well, again, thanks so much for giving so many hours and sharing so many wonderful things about the important work you're doing, and for putting up with me for so long and all of my tirades. I really had a really, really good time, and thank you for making it such a fulfilling and rewarding conversation.
Likewise, it was really fun. So thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, of course.